Thank you for the day, God. Thank you for the serenity to accept the things I couldn't change, the courage to change the things that I could, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thank you. Amen. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, all you mother cluckers. Let's make today a good day.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket trailers, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land under the fray, and the home of the brave? Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight you in the name of the brave. We are the US of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. This land of the brave, the US of A. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of
What's up there? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, what are we doing now? I gotta scroll up. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, I can't scroll through all that. So, what's up, everybody? Can y'all hear me? Well, I wasn't trying to. Usually, if I show my ass on the internet, it's not like literally. I was kind of in a predicament. All right, let's see. I'm gonna put this. There's a link. If anybody wants to come up, shoot the shit. What's up, Rabid, Metal, Cha Cha, Kiss Off, Mayhem, Pilgrim, uh, Oops, Huckleberry. Let's see, scrolling up. Got the Cha Cha Cha. Canadian, Northern brother from another mother. Kind of reaching into the reserves right now. Oh, okay. I thought, oh man, I'm not even a plumber. Did I show off plumber butt? So what's up, everybody? Are y'all having a good Monday? Man, that was like, but see, that's one of the blessings. I was able to do that. That's some of the awesomeness that's kind of happened in my life since April. It's hard to explain. No, yeah, that's rescue nice fire. Looks like mostly peaceful protest. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't have any Uber cars or LAPD cars to put in with the lumber and stuff, the wood product. All out of Teslas. No furniture stores. What's up, D-Dog? Hell, by the time the one, no cracking jokes, y'all. No ifs and or buts about it. I know things can turn shitty real quick. It's all shits and giggles until somebody giggles and shits. But I just figured while I was out here watching the fire, I'd sit here and hang with y'all, see what y'all was up to. Hey, y'all might get to see. I bet I got some snitch people probably try to get me in trouble. Hey, Miss Teresa, wrecked them hell, killed them both. Oh. What's up, D-Dog? You want to come up? I mean, I get it. I'm probably not good for the reputation, but I'm just doing the housework tonight. Well, shoot, yeah, there you go. Got my coffee fay. Hey, Miss Holly. Man, can't on a Zoom for 30 more minutes. I can't after. Roger that. I'm sure I'll still be on. Oh, I seen KP Heathen at the very beginning. I don't know if he's still here, but what's up, KP Heathen? Damn, the Highway Patrol wants my life story. I'm filling out 30 pages. Oh, yep. Yeah, you would think that filling all that out means that they're actually vetting who they're letting in, but then you kind of watch how things churn out and realize that I don't know that they vet so much. I guess I could move up. That fire there didn't blare up and get as hot as I thought it was going to. Yeah, I thought I better burn this. We're coming up on hurricane season and rain season. There we go. That's it. Oh, yeah, the 14th. The No Kings Day thing. Man, I tell you. Actually, you know what? It does trip me out. Give me just a uno momento, and I'm going to grab my other necessities so I can get right back. I'll be right back. Might have to go poke that fire around, but man, that's a. I think that's got broader and deeper roots because so as I got to looking into that, the No Kings thing, there's an affiliation connection to this website called Crime Think. And man, that Crime Think is it's communist, Marxist, but that's where you hear all this anarchy isn't the chaos, it's really rational. That's where you start hearing all this generated, all the cops are bastards, there are no good government, there is, and I was like, I got to digging into that, and I was like, wow, dude. And then I just think back to all the different things that I've been hearing over the last several years, and you kind of go, this is how it spreads. They don't actually have to get out there and hold the poster board. They just start seeding discontent kind of thing. and it propagates. And holy crap! What's up, fish sticks? Did somebody say, "Hey, fish sticks"? I'm sorry if I missed anybody that came in. I think I caught you. Oops, didn't I? Yeah, the black block stuff, but it's just but it's got big funding, man. It's such an intense Trump derangement syndrome. It's like they've got to. It's all on the table, and I feel for people that are in these kind of areas that are known and prone to that. Because I've been thinking about that. It's like and anybody that's here from Los Angeles, man, I ain't trying to throw no disrespect at you, but I do watch that shit, and I think, man, how come you don't? I mean, I'd do whatever I could, and especially if I was like had my kids and the missus, and it'd be like, oh no, man, we got to get out of here. I can't have to be worrying every day, if you're going to get mugged, the house is going to get robbed, you're not going to make it to work. I just can't. I can't wrap my head around why people. I mean, I get the whole. What if I would have to find something else to do? Somehow change trades, whatever. But it would just because, man, I don't know. It's almost like voluntarily wanting to live in like a prison environment. You might get a lucky day today and get to go to the day room, or I don't know. Somebody might be pissed off, and now your day room things are gone, and they're going to riot, and everything's upside down. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. Don't want to live like that. Cha-Cha says it figures they are protesting where I'm going to a powwow. Oh, wow. Where Walmart Air is paying protest. Yeah. Oops. Watch this little call she did with the governor of was it Kentucky? Yeah, it was the governor of Kentucky, dude. What a prick that dude is. Weingard. That's her name. Something Weingard or something like that. Weingarten. Oh, shoot, man. See, it's just like there. You bring that up, oops, and I'm like, yeah. See, I don't know, dude. I couldn't. I couldn't do it in Memphis. I couldn't do it in St. Louis. I couldn't do it in Dallas, in Houston, San Francisco, Los Angeles. All these cities are just, and it's not even so much all this rioting shit. It's just that people are so disconnected. They're rude as shit, dude. They figure everything is there for their satisfaction, and so just get out of the way. Miss Loretta, I think I saw you when you came in, and I'm sorry, man. Excuse me. I think I caught everybody. So if I didn't, good evening. Welcome aboard. I got to poke this fire. It's kind of just not doing too much. 14. Oh no, actually, if you pull up this nokings.org and go to their little map, it's all over. They've got these. They're hoping people show up. I'm like, hell, there's supposedly going to be one right over here, not far. I laughed whenever I saw that one there, and I was like, I don't know who you think you're fixing to flip around here, homie. It just don't work that way. But hey, Miss Mayor, Miss Sherry. Oh, did I miss Miss Sherry? Hey, just know if I missed you, I'm sorry. I didn't. Was not intentional. Since Newsom hasn't done anything to end the situation in LA, you couldn't get any federal funding to help rebuild. take the money out of the 15-minute city fund. Oh, that dude didn't want to rebuild. They want people to go away. Okay, we got to stoke a little fire. This is just looking pretty safe. We got to get some. I'll be right back, guys. Wait, what? It's all over. It's not over. I just got to stir it up. Sorry about that. Yay, s'mores. Oh, I know. Tiger, what's up, Tiger? Yes. Well, yeah, you gotta have your Wendy's, and then you have to have your furniture store at least. Hey, blue butterfly. Evening, man. Now I can put this up again, but I don't know. It don't really do. Where's old Camo Carl? Oh, Tiger's churning ice cream. There you go. Fudge stripe cookies. What for your s'mores? You do fudge stripe cookies for s'mores? Excuse me. Oh, there's Ray. What's up, Ray?
Ha! Fire! Fire! Ha! Ha! Fire!
Yep. oh,
Actually, that is probably the most relaxing thing I kind of need to see today.
you, you couldn't see?
No, it's the most relaxing thing that I need to see.
Oh, well, to me, I mean, I enjoy a good fire as long as it's not like around a vehicle or houses, stores.
Yeah, I'm not really into that kind of arson type fire thing.
Yeah, it's not my forte. What's up, Eric?
Matter of fact, we had to deal with that a couple of weeks ago, where this mobile home next to ours bursted up into flames, cracked a couple
Oh,
of our
damn, son.
windows, and melted my
Yeah,
outdoor
mobile homes
table.
go up quick. Yeah, they go up quick and they go up hot.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I've been feeling like I've been doing 10 rounds with Mike Tyson every freaking day.
Oh, yeah?
I'm worried. I'm truly worried about this these latest generations.
Oh, yeah. Uh, who knows what happened?
I'll
Uh,
give you an example. Gal calls in today and she goes, "Well, I want to file an appeal because I was denied unemployment." Okay. I read her file over. I'm like, okay, why is it that you disagree with the determination? Well, I was never given a letter stating that I was disqualified. I'm like, wait a minute, that has nothing to do with your disqualification. Okay, you were you're disqualified because of the reason of your discharge from your employer. Why do you disagree with the determination? Well, I was late and I was absent, yes, but I had my shifts covered. I'm like thinking, wait a minute. I worked in, in the restaurant industry, and generally, yes, you're required to have your shift covered by somebody else if you're going to be, either late or you're not coming in for the day. However, there comes a point to where there's no point in the employer putting you on the schedule if you're never going to show up.
This is true.
So, yes, you may be late and you may be tardy or, you know, out for the day, and you may have your shifts covered, but there comes a point, sweetheart, they don't need to put you on the schedule no more. So, yes, they're going to get rid of you.
Oh yeah, the whole work ethic nowadays just really just I don't know. It's like it's a good thing this shit was already built in here because right now we wouldn't be progressing anywhere.
I mean, I've literally had people call in to submit an appeal for unemployment that were caught on the job smoking crack. I mean, they literally caught them. One
Well,
kid,
they hope it goes through the cracks like it does in some places. They just file it and somebody will stamp it and they're next thing you know, and people look back going, "Wait a minute, what?" And it's like, "Yep."
one kid was working, I guess, as a security guard at at one of the hospitals, and he told them that he's just going to go out to his car real quick for a quick break. Well, he never came back, so his friend went out to his car and saw that the kid was passed out from huffing air, those air cans. So they rush him into the ER and start treating him to revive him. He then is revived, ends up going back out to his car, huffs again. They find him again, incapacitated, rush him back into the ER. He ends up walking away AMA, and he's like, well, I should still get unemployment, right? I'm like, huh?
Well, actually, you know what? Think about it though. How many times does somebody think, I need this. Where's the government? Oh, well, I can't pay this. Where's the government? It's always looking for somebody else to pick up the tab. So that's not really all that surprising to think that it's like, okay, so I sucked up, didn't do my job, really. But hey, aren't you still going to like pay me unemployment? I know you're not going
So
to pay me to do the job, but you'll pay me to be unemployed, right?
I'm telling you, this generation scares the living. It really scares the piss out of me.
Oops, said I caught a kid snorting coke off his rearview mirror in this car. Oh yeah, hell, that used to be the thing. You'd reach up there and you always had a mirror because you could just reach up and you just kept that little Allen head screwed loose so that
I,
anytime you just reach up there and slid your mirror right up off that little cleat.
I'm sorry, drug addicts can help themselves. Nobody's forcing anybody to do any type of drug.
Well, that's true, Miss
I,
Holly. I gotta say, I don't connect those words because they're always looking for an excuse to maintain doing what they're doing, and
I
so
mean,
you
I'll
can,
admit it.
they can quit anytime they decide. Matter of fact, that's the only time you really can quit is if you really want to. You can go to any program, you can go to any rehab. None of it's going to matter unless that person wants to stop. Now it can matter. because you got to want to do it. They
Exactly.
just don't want to. Exactly. Well, there's no incentive either.
Oh,
They have no fear.
there's incentive. There's incentive for me to stop smoking cigarettes. Breathe
Eh,
easier, taste better, taste food better, not always be out of breath. I mean, there's incentives.
maybe, oops, maybe. Actually, the statute of limitations has been well expired. So yeah, hey, I fessed up. I said I've done bad shit when I was young. I did wild and crazy shit. Matter of fact, had crazy ass friends that would even go, "Holy shit, Brian! You think this is the wild wild west?" You know what? Of course, there was always the uh, damn, how'd that saying go? Rather slide in than be carried in, or some shit. I don't know.
I don't know, but it sounds like you're that friend that was always saying, "Here, hold my beer. Let me show you how to really do this."
Well, I just no, I had no buffer. I had no holds. Yes, Kissoff, didn't you ask me that a while ago? I thought you
Yes,
asked me that a while ago.
he's signaling for the aliens to come down and pick him up.
I told you I needed my Wendy's and then I needed my furniture store. I didn't want to put an Uber car or a cop car in between, so I'm not really into that. So I just mimicked the Wendy's here, and then I got a furniture store debris left.
Well, what about the Teslas? I heard they burn pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't want to deal with the batteries.
Huh. Watching your fires kind of reminds me back in the
Yes,
day
there is two fires.
uh, when I was a kid and I was part of a church program called Royal Rangers. And we were having a camp out at the church. They just bought the church, and
Mm-mm.
well, it was an old school, and
Hold on just
anything
a minute.
wood.
Hold on a minute. You want me to mute it?
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. Well, if you don't mind, talk to Mrs. needs to talk to me for just a moment.
Uh huh. Of course, there's got to be two fires. One fire would just be lonely all by itself.
Okay.
Okay, we back?
Yep, we're back.
Alrighty. Well, as I was saying, so we had this camp out at the old school, in which they gathered all the burnable stuff from inside the school and set up a huge bonfire. Well, night comes and we light the damn thing. I mean, this thing was huge. Next thing you know, with about 30, within 30 minutes of us lighting it, we have the local fire department rushing in. Apparently, there was a mix-up with the fire permit. We started the fire a day too early.
You started it 2 days too early,
A day too early.
a
We
day
had
too early.
the fire permit was good to go for the next day, but not that particular day.
Hey, Miss Cindy. Damn. Did you get a fine?
No, I mean, they were understanding. They didn't make us put it out, but we couldn't stoke it either. So it ended up going out by itself, and we relit it the next day.
Ah. Billy wants that damnable Sonic ice.
Ooh.
Oh, the missus likes the Sonic ice too.
99 ice. They probably don't know what that means.
I don't know. I don't know if that's like a Sonic thing everywhere, but so if y'all go to your Sonic and you want like all the extra pack full of ice thing, do y'all do like 99 ice? Is that your little code for packet full of ice?
No, the only thing I ever order really from Sonic is a chocolate and peanut butter shake, and then I have to tell them to add bacon to it.
Haha. I saw that. That was a new one.
Miss Teresa says, Miss Rescue and waves.
Hello, Miss Teresa.
Just put water in the tray, put it in the freezer to die ice. Right, Miss Shirley? That's what I'm talking about. Simple kid.
No, they ain't nothing like Sonic Ice.
It's the simple kid.
Although there is one.
So how you two been doing for the last week or so?
Good. Still sunny side up.
I ain't killed him yet.
Oh, Blue, you gone? Later, Miss Blue. Take care. Oh, Rabbit said hi, Mrs. Rescue. Everybody saying hi.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, wait, Miss Sherry's saying hi to me again. Hey, Miss Sherry.
All right, I think I'm going that night. I got to get up in the morning.
There, Kiss Off says, Miss Rescue, love you since Rescue won't read. What I say?
Love you too, Kids Off.
So Rescue, the only time I think you need to worry is when the missus tells you to go outside and dig a hole that's 6 feet deep, 6 feet long, and about 4 feet wide.
No,
No.
6 feet long wouldn't be big enough.
She would have to get me to sit at the end of it, too, because, hell, even if she whacked me inside, then she couldn't get me outside.
True. That's very true.
Oh, I saw your vehicle. Wrap a chain around your body, attach it to the vehicle, and drag you right out. Where there's a will, there's a way.
True.
She put it to private. I missed it. Oh, must be something else. I got a notification, but volume was off, so I didn't hear it. And I was getting the kids in bed. Oh, Billy's live was mostly buffering and looping.
All right, I got to get in the bed.
All right, Mom. None that.
Night, love you.
Love you too.
listening to the bugs in the background. Boy, that is such a peaceful sound.
The missus said night, everybody. They said night. I said it for y'all. What day does bug out end? I guess it'd be the 15th because it'd be that Sunday, right? Yeah, see, it's like that nose king things. See, that's like that whole king, queen, matriarch, still tied to the crown. That's where that stuff comes from. And you just kind of go, wow, dude, it really has been just triggered through everything. Because you just think about how many just everyday people use that kind of talk, though. And it's like, well, where'd they pick that up from? Where they've been, you know, what they've heard. And so you kind of go, damn, dude. And then I was talking with somebody, and it kind of makes you step back from it. And then you kind of go, well, I don't know. Is it unknowingly or is it knowingly when people talk like that? So then it kind of makes you second guess things. If I can make it next year, I'm staying 2 weeks, then touring around. Oh, you go, Miss Sherry. Well, it'd be cool to try to maybe make it up to like the Ohio one. I don't think that would ruffle any feathers, although I'll check into that, make sure.
I don't know,
I
Rabbit.
don't do.
That kind of
Are you,
defeats the point of camping, doesn't it? I mean, camping is to get away from everything. I'm telling you, I ain't. Next time I go camping, I ain't taking my cell phone or no technology. I want to get away from everything.
well, I don't know. I could see, like, if it depends, I guess it would depend on the type of like meetup and the type of, because I could see you kind of having part of a meetup where you got it planned to stream at the same time so you can kind of incorporate, people's channels that might be there, and stuff. And you kind of do this event where you kind of pull it together. And I can see that. But then if it is just one of those like, hey, let's go actual, you know, we're going to actually go through the series of things. We're going to practice hands-on skills of different variety. Then you don't need no tech. You just need to disconnect from the time you pull in.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. To me, I'm not a glamper. I don't want
Well, that wouldn't be
anything
on the glamour.
glamorous. Any type
That
of
wouldn't be your
technology,
glamour thing.
I don't want any of that camping. I want just me and nature.
It would be cool, Miss Teresa. Man, Vision, Shad, uh, Devil Dog Prepper. Hell, maybe Mike could be coming over with you guys. So many people in Ohio in that area. I don't know. I got about a year to see it. Got to find me a vehicle. That's, I don't know. I got some serious hurdles is try to do something with the house to at least get it more stable. Do something with the runoff surround it. Once that's done, then dealing with kind of more stability and redoing the chicken setup. And then I'm gonna see about, I don't know what the hell I can. I don't think I can make enough little bird houses and shit. I just think I'd have to go. I ain't got room for no mass production type things. No, I just jimmy rig shit. But I think there might be a few things. The computer, I might even sell the computer and then just see if I can find me just an old. I would be, man, I'd love to find just an old ass rust bucket Ford.
Actually, I think I may have found me an old rust bucket Nissan Titan. I'm
That
trying to
even
keep it
sounds
full.
funny for me though. I got it. Hold on, Ray. That sounds funny. From my perspective, to hear an old rust bucket Nissan Titan, and I'm like, a Nissan Titan is now considered a rust bucket. I am extremely fucking old now. I realize that. I mean, a Nissan Titan is now a classic rust bucket, and it's like, holy shit, I'm fucking old as dirt now.
Well, my F-150 is too nice and very low mileage, so I want something that I can still take out and not care about, and that's not my F-150. And so my cousin has one that needs a new ECM, which ain't nothing to put in. And he's like, "Well, I might be selling it for 1,000." I said, "Well, when you're ready, let me know. I need a good beater."
Hell yeah. Well, that was cool of you, Miss Holly. XMYC picked her up, gave her a ride to Ohio. Hey, that was awesome. Miss Tiger, so you are coming to Missouri again rescued. No, ma'am. Look, I'm not, so I'm going to be clear about it. I ain't trying to spark no shit. So, I mean, just let sleeping dogs lie. But that's just, there's people that put on, that host an event. And just because you can doesn't mean you should. I'm one of those people. And then I just don't feel that the host of that event really care for me to be there. So I'm cool. And so, I mean, as far as seeing everybody, yeah, that's cool. And I get it that they just kind of, but it's just, hey, man, they do them. And I'll try to catch up with people as I can. I don't sweat it. Well, I'll sell you mine for 20K.
No,
Hey, night, Eric. Get you some rest, buddy. Make tomorrow a good day when you get up, buddy.
if I buy something for 20,000, I'm going to be babying it and treating it too nicely. If I buy something for $1,000, it's $1,000.
Yeah, well, I ain't looking at spending that kind of money or on no vehicle. That's way out of my range. I'm trying to find just maybe some beater mobile, put some duct tape on the shit, and maybe
It,
sawdust
it,
in the transmission, and I go from point A to point B. It's like
yeah,
I'll
it's
try
kind
to
of like
get
the
it.
good old days where you could spend five, six, $700 and get a good beater.
Oh man, I know those were the days when you could just $1,500, and hell, you could get a little work vehicle, work truck or something, some kind of beater. At least down here in Texas, it's
Oh,
trucks are not trucks around here in Texas are like, I guess, Ford Escorts are around the city or some shit. I mean,
yeah. Trucks in Texas are like Teslas in LA. They're everywhere.
oh yeah, hell man, there's people that got trucks that are sitting under a barn and they only get drove like once every 2 years for hauling a piece of equipment from one field to another. But it's like, what got
Well,
that truck
shit.
to do it?
There's trucks in Texas that are now part of the freaking tree that grew up underneath of them.
Mm-hmm. This is very true. This is very true. Hey, BW. Hello from Tennessee. Well, welcome from Texas or to Texas. Welcome from Texas to the channel. There we go. Hey there, Miss Sherry's got my. Let's see, she's starting to sing my kind of song. See, my van was only $1,500. It's going to cost maybe 1,000 to build it out. The most cost will be the fridge and solar. See, look at you, Miss Sherry. See, that's what I'm talking about. A little $1,500 kind of van, 2 grand. Bam. Hell, I'd do an old U-Haul truck.
Speaking of Texas, actually still considering some property out there. Hudspeth County,
Hut's Fifth.
whatever it's called. But yeah,
I,
there's
I don't
20
know.
acres.
I don't know where. Is it? Which north, west, east, south Texas? Where?
East,
Oh, okay.
southeast,
Well, that's my
probably
area.
closer to the coast than you are.
Oh, okay. And what did you say it was? What the name? What?
Hudspeth? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right.
It might just be a small, because there are small little towns around here. You know, you have Honey Island, Romare. There's all these little bitty.
Oh, it's not a little bitty county. That's for
Is it
damn
like?
sure.
Is it by what county
I'm
is it?
looking it up
That's the
right
county name.
now. Hudspeth.
Oh, that
Uh,
is the county.
yeah,
Sounds almost like a more south, the
yeah, it is south.
the eastern part there. That's what we would call the northeast, but that's because it's more up where that.
East east of El Paso.
Oh, oh no, you're still way over in west side.
Is it?
Okay, yeah, that's not
Oh
even.
yeah.
That's
Never
that's
mind. I guess it
that's
was.
the west side over there.
Yep. I'm sorry. My bad. Geography was never my strong
Right.
suit.
Oh, hey man, that's it with Texas. It's easy to do.
Right.
You can kind of get hung up on and kind of get. Oh yeah, I need to do that, and it's like, and then you kind of put it in perspective, going, oh yeah, that's going to take a day. Okay, yeah, I ain't just. That's not like running over there in a couple hours. That's going to be an 8 hour drive.
Right. Yeah. It borders the county borders the New Mexico border, and then the southern border borders Mexico.
Damn, Miss Sherry only stands 4'11". Sorry, I just I saw that in chat.
Damn, 4'11". Hey, what's on the bottom shelf of the fridge? I can never
Hey,
see.
I will say, you ever notice them little nitro bottles are real small? Although I gotta say 5'6". See, I would just end up with worse back problems because wouldn't be no standing up in there for me. Which I'd be okay with that because I would just then I would like to. Ideally, it would be cool to have like an old Chevy van or an old Ford van that then had that extender on top and then had the awning part that then would, you know how they used to have those like half tents that would attach to the side
Yeah.
and the top and then go out. See, then that would be ideal because then I could kind of have that and I could sit down right there. Well, I'd be able to stand up at that part, but then have the access to the inside of the van. And when it's time to lay down, you just go in there and lay down. Hell, ain't looking to lay in there and watch TV or some shit.
Well, oops. As long as he's talking about new sunbathing and not nude sunbathing, it's all good.
Well, the problem with the new
Oh,
sunbathing is it usually turns into sunburnt. But now, once you've already been sunbathing, the old sunbathing, then you just tan. But the new sunbathing, I think, then you run a high risk of sunburn because of the newness. But once the newness wears off, then you just tan.
well, I guess she corrected herself and it was nude and not new. So yeah, there's a problem because being nude sun tanning. Yeah, some places are not meant to get sunburned. Okay, I'm just saying that. I'm just throwing that out there.
But see, I will say he's doing it the right way. He's doing it inside his house
Well,
because he's transforming his living room that has the sunroof into his bedroom, so then he can just lay there and he can tan through the sun windows, which is then very respectful of nature, and he's not shocking on all the wildlife around there, or what the hell kind of creature is this and what is going on. But have you seen the gothic little houses in your feed, Scribid? No. See, most of the feeds around here, like with the missus, when she does Facebook, it says burned dominiums. That's the popular thing around here.
But yeah, like I was saying, right now it's a toss up between that property in Texas and 40 acres of a lot of craggy land in northern Arizona.
Uh-huh.
The only problem with the
Who
40
says
acres,
OMG?
there's only maybe a good 2 or 3 acres usable. Everything else is craggy land.
Craggy Lane.
Yeah, too many boulders.
Who says, where did I start? Hey, you're always starting something. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to put some wood on fire.
That's right, y'all. We're watching Fire Marshal Rescue.
Damn, I'm in my shirt. Still a little cold. Moon looks pretty cool. It looks like a full moon.
Well, I'm just going to call you Fire Marshal Rescue from now on. I don't even think you heard me.
Stop the looting, stop the shooting. Pickpockets on the corner.
All right. There we go.
Okay, we all done?
Yep, it's start to kind of get going now.
All right, like I said, just call you Fire Marshal Rescue.
Not here June 28th. My grandson will be done. Oh, there you go. There we go. It's starting to take off now. Jersey is done the 23rd. High school is done, except some are doing final exams. Tonight. Oh, is it tonight? Oh, man. Yeah. I wish I had a telescope. I mean, you can see it, but a telescope, you can really see it so much cooler. Got to run. Dinner is ready. Have a great night. What do you mean, have a great night, Cha Cha? I'm going to make it a great night. You make it a great night. Cha Cha Cha. Thank you, ma'am. Peace, love, and chicken grease. I think that's
Dinner.
how that phrase goes.
She must be on the West Coast. It's not dinner time, it's dessert time.
Well, I don't know. I know somebody that probably would have eaten supper just within about an hour ago. A lot of times, and it still dawns me sometimes. Going, really? And it ain't because it's like been super busy all day and didn't have it. You freak me out. What? When that chair tips forward? Well, I get a little tipsy. Look, don't mess with me. I know what I'm doing. I need to get a little tipsy.
A lot of honeydew wine in Texas.
Watermelon wine. That's the best. There's something to that watermelon crawl, son. That's a for real deal. Galileo, Galileo, Galileo Figaro. Cool, rabbit. Couldn't resist. I just saw that I have a Galileo telescope, and it's just as soon as you say the name Galileo, I don't know. For me, my brain just can't help it, but I go Galileo, Galileo. So the song
Yeah.
just comes into my head. I've had pineapple wine before. It was awesome, and pineapple on pizza is awesome too.
Well, I've had some Jose Merlot.
Little Jose Marlowe.
Yeah, I made some wine and I kind of goofed on my sugar measurement.
Uh oh, Tiger! Don't
Yeah,
catch Tiger by the tail.
telling you that
She's
stuff
make,
was that stuff was potent.
haven't drank in 45 years. Well, I won't say it's like been that long for me. I haven't. I've had a shot. Well, y'all have actually seen the drinking that I've done, and shit. Matter of fact, what the drinking y'all have seen me do is probably the most drinking I've done in 10 to 15 years, easy. And that was the two times I did shots online. One when Nikki bought the chickens, and another was what on my birthday, I think.
Yeah, I talk about drinking a lot, but I really haven't had. I can count on both hands the number of times I've had a beer or any type of alcohol since the pandemic. But that's just because working from home, I became an alcoholic,
Oh,
and I'd wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, be drunk by 6:30, clock into work at 7, and passed out by 8.
dang. Oh, by the
And
way, Metal Spawn, I don't know if you saw what Tiger said, but she said he better just tell him if it sucks, he just better still love it. Tell him to fake it so he can make it. Yeah, see the man.
coconut's
I
great.
remember those days, huh?
Coconut, yum.
I could see the coconut rum. That would
Absolutely.
be clever. I'm just see my thing nowadays. To be honest, I like the flavors and everything. I do not like losing control of my mindset. And this is people differ with me, and that's cool. It is what it is. But that's where the whole little 10 foot tall and bulletproof shit comes from. It's because you're not thinking clearly, and I don't like that. And I come to realize that one day, and just was like, yeah, that's why I don't like pills. I don't like the alcohol. I'm not anything that takes me away from my own thinking.
Yeah, I definitely try to like to be in charge of my own faculties and not
Well,
my
because
faculties in charge of
I
me.
I have no safety net. I have no buffer. I sit there and then I literally go from 0 to 100, and I don't like that because I have no control over that. So it's like I know I'm going to be an asshole, and I know that if something goes wrong, I'm going to hit it real extreme. Wow, yeah, let me do that again tomorrow night. See, it just doesn't sound like rational thinking to me. So then I kind of then have to look at myself going, well, if I know this going in, why would I do it? And then it's kind of like, okay, so it's kind of like the 1-2 punch. So
Yeah.
it's really for me to go, no, no pills, no alcohol, none of that shit that removes my thinking. I like to think for myself.
Yep. That and the fact
That's,
that I have too many hobbies that, the drinking or the drugs, spending money on all that would interfere with the hobbies.
hey, money. Well, it for me, it was a personality alter because then I literally uh, it used to cause me problems because I had zero tolerance with things, and so and it's like if I get around, I don't go to bars because I don't do good, you know, around the sky. I don't have a patience level, and people, they say that oh well, it's think about how much you used to hear about, it's a bottle of courage. Oh, you're 10 feet tall now. Well, you got to get a few drinks in me, and then I can talk to that girl, or well, there was always out why because it's you've got to make yourself into something else with this alcohol. Is the way I perceived it, and one day you just kind of start to go, well, I don't want to be a hypocrite, and once I recognize something, if I continue, then that kind of makes me a hypocrite. And then that's like, yeah, well, and it just, that's why it was kind of easy with me to kind of go, nope, no. And then, of course, when it comes to pills, it's real easy nowadays. The way the medical field's acted, I have zero trust in it. So it's easy to tell them to screw off.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can remember when you go to the doctor and you just say, "Oh, I have a little pain in my elbow," and they're freaking pushing Vicodin on you. Now, at least out here in Arizona, boy, you go to a doctor, they don't even want to. When I went to the dentist over my tooth being infected, shit, they didn't even want to give me antibiotics.
I was in love with Jim, Jack, and Jose. No on the tequila. Hey, what's up, Indy?
Yeah, me and Jack have a history.
I remember Mescal and Donkey shows. Oh, hey, Boys Town. Yeah.
And that Mad
I
Dog
guess now that I look back now and now thinking about some of the shit that I had seen back then, I guess you could connect those dots and go, should have seen how depraved this world was going to get whenever you could just see some of the shit that went down there. But somehow you disconnected from it because it's like, it's just a third world country. It's not here. And then, no, it's here too. That's some weird shit that goes down there. Juarez, Boys Town. Uh, Shit, what's that other little town down there? Oh, man.
Boys Town, that's
Sorry,
in
my,
Omaha.
huh?
Boys Town, that's in Omaha.
No, there's another one down there, or there
Oh,
used to be.
well, I wouldn't know about that.
Yeah. It's like Brownsville. There's another, what's that? There's another city down there. Mat- Matamoros. That's crazy ass place. Well, that's Matamoros are almost like the desert version of the swamp. People just disappear. Shit happens and people disappear.
Yeah, I still gotta
Alcohol
get my
breeds are muscle.
I still gotta go get my passport taken care of. Shit,
I don't need a passport.
I'm only 3 hours from Mexico, and I could stock up on a whole lot of medication if I had my passport.
Hey, I'll just give, hey, food for thought. Everybody does all the EMP and the other bad shit that could possibly happen. Just keep in mind that that's the same route that was been pumping the fentanyl into shit, laced things with fentanyl and all that. So knowing that people have a desire to go there to purchase lower cost medicine might actually, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if I was a bad guy that's been help promoting a lot of the crazy shit that's been going down, I could see utilizing that as the next little step to go, hey, well,
Huh. Yeah.
you can always start to infiltrate this. They're coming down here and they're going to hide it when they go back anyway because they're getting cheap drugs. So, bam.
Hey, I just want it for my metformin and my blood thinner.
Well,
And
hell,
I
if you're
don't,
drinking alcohol, you're already thinning your blood. What's up, Twisted Tats? Good to see you, bud. Good to see you.
like
Hope kiddo is doing good. The missus is doing good.
like I said, I don't drink nowhere. I mean, back during the pandemic, we were working so much overtime that my income literally for the year doubled. However, I have nothing to show for it because a lot of it was spent on some very specific liquids.
Oh, gotcha.
Like I said, if you're you wake up at 6, you're drunk by 6:30, you pass out by 8, you wake up again about noon, 1 o'clock, and you start that process all over again. You go through quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot, man. I used to laugh when I do the little testimonies, little life testimony things at the rehab stuff, the speeches. I'd always kind of make light of how bad things had gotten for me. But I was a U100 fan, and I used to laugh how there was gold in them veins. Man, if I could extract that shit, I'd never have to work another day in my life because of the shit that I just went through. I mean, hell, I had a truck, full crew truck framing business, just one truck at a time. Getting into that habit, feeding that habit while it was changing my lifestyle. And the next thing I know, I'm not working all day. I'm staying up for days and I'm hanging out at this topless bar. And next thing you know, I'm working at the topless bar instead and then sold all my trucks. And then I start running crazy as shit. So, hey man, whenever I got taken down and put in prison that last time, it was a good thing for me. That was God's way of herding me into the cattle pens to slow my roll. I have no regrets whatsoever about getting locked up that time because I'd have rather gone to the penitentiary than to be buried. And I was fixing to hit that Y on the road that one or the other was fixing to happen.
Yeah, my mom was always worried about me growing up and being an alcoholic like my dad. Funny thing is, I never went down that path. I mean, for a short time, yes, but again, that was during the pandemic, and you really couldn't go anywhere, and I was working from home. After a while, you just go stir crazy.
Well, it's I know me. There's weaknesses and you have flaws and you can find comfort in things, whether it's popping pills, you know, smoking shit. Really, man, I got a runaway log. I swear. I guess God was trying to tell me, hey, let's go fix some stuff. So, all right, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Runaway.
Teresa got you mean Jesus interviewed uh Rescue?
Huh?
I'll wait till
Yeah.
you get back.
Okay. See, senor.
So Teresa said that Jesus interviewed you. Like that must have been one hell of an interview for you.
Wait, what? Thank you, Jesus. Wait, what now?
Teresa said that Jesus interviewed you instead of
Oh, Miss
Jesus
Holly.
intervening. I'm like, that must have been one hell of a fucking interview. I would be writing
Oh,
memoirs about that.
Miss Holly said, I'm glad Jesus interviewed rescue. Yeah.
Or was it Holly? I don't
Yeah.
have my
Miss
glasses,
Holly.
so I can't see. I apologize, Holly. I gave credit to the wrong person. I don't have my glasses. Please forgive me.
Man, you know what? Hey, God's intervened and he's the one that's kept me here. I've, so way back in my way younger years, I've hung myself and then that did not fulfill itself by just intervention. Somebody happened to come around at the right time and saw, bam, I've overdosed and still here. I've fallen off of buildings. Had things fall on me. I've been hit in the head with objects, and I don't mean like that. I'm swinging cranes, 18-inch ball valves, whack. I've been run over and even died. They're like, "Oh, he's gone," and oh, wait, he's back. And it's like, "Yep." And like I told that paramedic, when do you figure it out? Ain't up to you, is all I can say. And so yeah, I'm not gonna, I'm not arguing the existence of God with anybody. I don't get suckered into that. It's a relationship that you got to find on your own. All I can say is through my testimony and through my life experience, I do believe there is a God, and I believe Jesus is the way to Him, to the Creator, and so and I believe that, and I believe that
Oh,
through guidance and faith in Him, He gives me strength, and if that makes me sound like some kind of whatever, it just whatever, I don't care, you know.
oh no, I
Uh,
understand completely. I mean, shit. My guardian angel has been done working some triple overtime with me. I mean, some of the
yeah.
stuff that shoulda, coulda, and woulda never did. And I know I have a guardian angel looking after me. And that guardian angel, he deserves some titanium wings.
Well, I will say I've looked back, and it's I don't see things probably like the textbook kind of thing because I think there's blessings in suffrage. What you'd call suffrage, kind of. Through turmoil, through tough times. It's I don't think it's supposed to be all rosy, and I don't. That's my and this is only my belief. I ain't preaching to nobody by any means, but like I don't expect my days to be just full of all this joy in this world. What I pray for is my joy is there regardless of what this world is doing. And that's where my faith and the relationship with the creator, and I have faith and a belief that, you know, I need to do the right thing, and it is the right thing to try to be, Christ like, as the scripture stuff talk kind of goes. And I just don't see anything wrong with it. So that's what I strive for. And I
No,
see it every day. It's little things. It's things I didn't expect, or even things that might be like broken or something happens type thing, but it reminds me of something, or like, well, hell, to be quite honest, that little thing back there, the little second one you seen, that's the reason why you saw me involved in that, was because, well, it just kind of went stupid for a minute. And of course, I could have been going, oh man, what the hell? And looked at it from what I say, the woe is me perspective. And instead, it's like, okay, well, God's given me the strength to do this. So I just, take my time, and I dealt with it. And that's been the humbling that here these past few months has really been just slow your roll and just do what you can do. There's no hurry, regardless, and it's like
well,
that. There was so
in
that's
the
just my
time
life.
I've dealt with you and I've known you, I can tell you when you're called home, they're going to welcome you home with a ticker tape parade. Now, I have no worries that I'm going to be allowed in. It might be through the back door, but I'll be allowed in. But with you, it's going to be a tape parade.
Oh, I don't know. I don't even begin to assume that. Matter of fact, every day I always try to make sure, I try to put enough positives on the board because I can't, I lost count how many bad ones there are. So, and so I don't know what the magic number is. I just know I need to have a bunch. So I try to just be a better person.
And
And
Sherry,
there's nothing wrong with it.
No,
My favorite ice cream is vanilla with homemade
I'm gonna tell you
caramel.
right now, my favorite ice
Ooh.
cream is just cold ice cream. If it's cold, it's good. That's my favorite. I'm not gonna complain about flavors. Although I do like pistachio a lot.
Man, Rocky Road, dude, was always my favorite, but that's one of those things can't really, I can't do no more because of the nuts.
Well, I
Can't
can't
do
really.
nuts.
I
Can't
shouldn't
do
be doing
seasoned
any
nuts.
type of ice cream.
Your turn now.
When
I'm
I
pretty broke.
when I eat
Twisted,
ice
I will
cream,
say, go ahead, Ray.
I was just gonna say when I eat ice cream, my sugar level gets so high that the calluses on my feet hurt, and
Oh, if
that's
I
not
go in
good.
there would eat a bowl, if I eat a pint of ice cream, I'm fixing to go. I go lay down because I'm fixing to go to sleep. That's actually that's my Nyquil. If I need something to help me for a sleep aid, I just eat. I could eat me some ice cream, and it just man, I'm gonna go pee. For some reason, I filter out milk products. Milk will make me go pee. Like people whine about coffee, going, "Oh man, if I were drinking coffee, I might have to go pee every 5 minutes." Well, me, that's milk, dude. I don't know what it is, but I filter milk quick, and ice cream's that way. But I do want to say real quick, so to Twisted, and by any means, if this somehow comes out, because apparently I have a habit of saying things in the wrong way. I guess I don't know. I don't mean to, and nobody ever really tells me what part of it was wrong. They just act different. So it's like, okay, well, can't figure this out. But given light of that, and yes, it sounds so bad, and it's like, because it is, it's a loss. But I wonder if there's a relationship or some kind of connection or something that happened outside of those direct events, but played part of the bigger picture, if that makes any sense. I don't know because I didn't walk those shoes you did, but I've used that kind of thing to process things that I deal with. Is there something bigger that I'm not aware, and I don't try too hard to figure out what that is. I just try to see if something makes sense, and kind of go, okay, I can see. It's kind of like a wreck, and I used to feel this way when I was on the responding side. It's like there's something bigger to this. So it's the paramedic that's learning something new. It's going to be the surgeon or family member going through this is fixing to, there's something that is going to, and nowadays I wonder if that isn't what it's those moments that are actually happening to try to help build the relationship, because like if everything's going perfect, not many acknowledge a creator, or anything. And you kind of get that's where this world slowly disconnected from that because you start losing faith, I think, in a creator and start seeing it more in yourself and more man-made because there's more toys abound. And so maybe sometimes through despair is actually to try to bring someone involved in that event back to a relationship with the creator. I don't know. I don't really do that kind of talk because I know that some people are turned off on that, and I'm not. It's kind of like wanting to get off of drugs or something. I'm not going to go around and try to harm. I'm not going to go hound the dude on the corner that's sitting there drawing up his fucking run. That just ain't. Now, when the person approaches me and says, "Hey, I'd really like to get off this shit. Can you help?" There you go. And as long as I see signs of the effort, I'm fully in. It's kind of the same, relationship with the father. I totally am open to talking and sharing, but I don't think I just want to openly do it here because then it gets spun like preaching, and I'm not trying to preach to nobody, and I'd only want to share a testimony of that nature with somebody that it matters to. So then that would be asked, you know. I believe that's what it is.
I don't know. That's one thing I think the world is definitely missing, and that's why we're as screwed up as it is. Nobody has faith in the Almighty. Faith in the Almighty has gone away, and with it going away, more and more negative keeps happening. Just my personal 2 cents.
Well, that's why, and people can, we got beliefs, I get it and all that, but it's kind of like, and I can't remember if it was Charlie Kirk that I heard put it this way, but it's like, regardless of your personal belief, the country and the shifting of the way the tide was based off of Judeo-Christian values of right and wrong, and it wasn't that you have to believe. It was that, look, this is the social moral code we're going to use, or like the commandments from you know this Christian God, and so that became, and I that's what I guess I found ironic is that when you say that, and but it's that way with everything in a way, but people feel a need to, and I don't know why, but I'll just say attack you, but they get real defensive in a way. It's almost, it's like the Ford and Chevy kind of thing. You go, yeah, boy, we'll Ford, oh, well, it's Chevy. And it's like, wait, well, what are you? And somehow there's some little trigger thing about the name. And it's like if you say God or Jesus, it's like somehow you're automatically thrown into any bad representation of a Catholic priest that somebody can think of. And that must be what you're referring to. That's what you're talking about. And it's like, no, actually, I'm not, you know? And
To
and
quote
so
a
I just, that's,
person,
I don't understand the desire. Like, why does that bother people, to the part? What's up, Devil Dog Pepper?
and I absolutely know that you'll understand this, but to quote a greater person than me, you got to believe in something, or you're gonna fall for anything.
Well, man, I will say I've kind of, what have you got to lose? That's what I guess I've always, that's my simplistic way of looking at it. It's like, oh, we've really got to lose. I mean, so treat people good, be respectful, work hard. If you have family, provide for them. You know, you thank God for what you have. So you thank the Creator that say, thank you. I wake up this morning, hey, thank you for this meal. Thank you for giving me the strength to work today, and what do? You become a happier person. You become thankful. You become joyful. And well, you are, so your household is, which means your kids are that way. And if your house is that way and the next door house is that way, then next thing you know, the neighborhood's that way. And so, see, when you really zoom out, as you zoom out 30,000 feet, it's like, what's the bad choice here? What, you know, what, what makes it so bad?
Yeah,
It's like, do you just, are you wanting to be an asshole so bad? Like, I want to be able to do ugly shit. I want to be able to, be an ugly person. I like that. Then, okay, then there you go. Then it's self explanatory, but don't hide behind any other bullshit. Just call it as it is. You know? Let's see. Did somebody come in? By the way, Devil Dog Prepper, anybody, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome. If I know you, you're more than welcome.
my friend
Let's see.
keeps asking me, why do you keep decking your truck out in patriot? American patriotic stuff. I said, why ask why? Why not? One, it gives me joy. Two, maybe I can inspire some patriotic feeling into somebody else, cruising down the street. But what instead of asking why not ask why not? If that
Damn
makes sense.
twisted. Well, yeah, that's because I will say that's what's always because even if okay, so if you don't want to believe in a creator, like, but just the values of it, what goes wrong? So no adultery, no murdering, no gluttony. It's where are you going wrong with those 10? At least those 10 things. I personally prefer the loving God with all my heart and loving my neighbor as myself, and which is hard, see, but there's a lesson into learning that and what happens when these things happen. I think that a lot of things is the world has been trying to, it paints it bad, paints the picture bad. And I just, you can read in the Bible, there's times when, you got to do what you got to do. And you're not wrong for doing it. There's moments when you need to deal with what you got to deal with. And that's why there's a difference between killing and murder. You know, you don't murder, you don't just senselessly take somebody's life. Oh, I'm sorry. Did that person harm a child? Okay, well, here comes your milestone, and you're off to feed the fishes. You know, maybe if we did go back to basics, things might be better.
Maybe I would actually say probably.
But well, and then again, if you it's see like me, I believe in the book, and I believe that it is a layout of what's happening, and to come. And according to that book, you ain't fixing this. So you try to then do the best you can with yourself and your family and your local surroundings, and that's where that come out of her my people comes from. It's like, okay, get out the mix, you know. And the more it spins out of control, the more you'll stand out. You'll stand apart, I believe is the way it says it. I don't know. I I don't memorize scripture anymore. I
Oh,
read, and as I'm reading, I absorb things, and things come to light. And next thing I know, I'm kind of he leads me in things, and I'm kind of going, oh, okay. And I don't need a lot of proof. I've realized that too, and I think he knows that. See, I don't need convincing. So, like, I don't read the Bible to be convinced anymore of that. It's in maybe what is the appropriate way to look at something, or to maybe look at how this is going on, or the proper way to how should I look at this. And then you can read through previous exchanges that have been addressed that are in that same nature. Because I just, and I think there's a big difference, because I know I feel a whole lot different nowadays than I did a long time ago, when I used to like memorize scripture, do the actual studying, doing these questionnaires to memorize and learn the Bible. And then I don't know, man. I actually feel like, in a way, that's just not my thing. And he knows I don't need that. I'm a total believer. I mean, I was dead. So the creator that put me here brought me back. I choose to call him God, Yahweh, and his son is Jesus. Or, I'm actually, here lately I found out that apparently Jesus is technically incorrect, because there is no J in Hebrew or something, but I think he knows what I mean.
yeah, I don't think they're going to get you. He's going to get you on the syntax.
No, I think I did it. If I did it intentionally with an ill intent, he would know that, and then that would be bad. But I think knowing that this is might not be the total pronunciation of the name, but he knows who I'm referring to. Jesus.
And Sherry, I don't know what you're going through, but always wishing you the best. I know I'm probably have.
Oh yeah, what did I miss?
I think I
I
only
was sitting
have
there
like
looking at the
5 or 10 years left.
when I did the spinal tap, it showed how good the treatments were working. I believe visualization helps. Twisted says I pumped 3,000 milligrams of turmeric a day and watched the growth fall off my arm. Dang. I have one hell of a scar, but that's it. See, that's it's is it and and God knows I mean no disrespect when I do this, but so is it because I know with God it's Yahweh and then it's Yeshua. Is that the proper name way to say Jesus's name would be Yeshua? I don't know. Sometimes I'm listening to Bear sometimes, but man, he gets to rattling that stuff off, and I don't. Me no sabe, man. I'm a redneck in the
Yeshua,
woods.
or however you pronounce it. I think that's God. The actual
Well,
name
see,
of
Yah.
God.
Well, that's Yahweh.
Okay, I could be
Uh,
wrong.
but I know that's God, and then I think it's Yeshua.
I,
Yeah,
you know,
Tiger
I don't
says,
get
yeah,
into
May
all
said,
that.
yeah, okay.
I just
Yeah,
know He's in my heart and guides me, even though sometimes I don't listen. Always there guiding me.
man, that's the biggest thing for me. I find, and I think that's just it. It's I do interact and try to carry myself like I'm gonna kick the bucket at any moment kind of thing, and so I got to be accountable up to that moment. So was I really trying to be the the to walk right? You know, was I really trying to do that at that moment? And that's I try to work on thinking shit. That's why I tried to get out of all the negative. I don't want to sit here and I don't do all that dislike and trash talk. I just don't. That's because that boggles you down. That's muck in the world, and I don't want to wade through that muck. Yahweh is God and Yeshua is Jesus. Thank you, Tiger, and thank you, Mary. Yeah, that's what I said. Bear, I like watching Bear, but sometimes he does. He gets to spitting out the Hebrew stuff, and then it's like, okay, I domino sabe. So I just kind of have to. It's like I have the scriptures, which is the book that he uses, and I have to. A lot of times I'm cross referencing if I'm trying to understand some of the Old Testament stuff because the scriptures is like the literal translation. And so then some of this has Hebrew writing in it. And I'm like, so then I have to go into my Ryrie study and kind of go, oh, okay, you're right. Oh, okay. I see what you're, okay. But see, that's what
I
I'm saying. I do that and I don't feel like, oh, who's lying to me? And I think that's just that he's not going to lie to me. You know, I can read this one or this one and I'm going to get what I need to get if this is what I'm searching for. And that's,
don't know. I've stopped believing. Um, for the most part, I've stopped believing in what's written in the Bible. I don't go by the Bible. The Bible is written by man. Man is fallible.
eh,
I don't.
dude, there's way more. That
Hold
is
on.
such a No,
Listen to
well,
what
that's
I'm
kind of
saying,
a
though.
downplay though, Ray, because that doesn't. I mean, dude, you're talking about a book that was compiled over hundreds of years, 7 different continents, and like 60 something authors or something, I believe it is, or
The words,
and yet,
I'm not going to follow the words. How that doesn't
and
mean
then,
that I can't follow the meaning and what's
well, but
trying
look
to
at that. But you kind of got to acknowledge some divineness when it comes to the scriptures, because especially like look at when they found the scroll, part of the Dead Sea Scroll things, when they found the scroll of Isaiah, and then they go and they get this scroll, and then when they do the transcribe of this scroll, it's literally word for word what's in the King James version, and you go, oh wow, this original scroll, it's literally word for word on this book that everybody goes, man made, it's printed, been made, but man, it's like, if that doesn't show that there's something to this, it's just, and that's what's been always the biggest impressive thing to me when it comes to the Bible is just when you look at the compilation of letters, because these are letters. This wasn't a book that was written from start to finish. This is like,
right.
hey, what's up, Church of Corinth? You guys having some issues? Well, here's how to deal with issues. You know, oh, and then here's the, well, I need to show you this prophetic vision, and here's this, and yet it all goes from beginning to the end, and it's like, and this is done over continents. This is not like cross communications, and you just kind of go, man, if that doesn't mean divine, and poor old Rabbit here is getting totally preached at, and I'm sorry, Rabbit. Hopefully
So
you're
what I'm
hanging in there,
saying
buddy.
is, dude, don't fall in the trap of the words themselves. What is language? Language is meant to convey an idea from one person to the other. Find what the idea that's trying to be conveyed in the words, not the word, and pay attention to that and not the words themselves.
Well,
Hopefully that makes
for
more
me,
sense.
it's whenever I have since I'm with a relationship, and I go into it seeking like his guidance into what I'm reading. So that's what I see. I don't scripture hunt. Yeah, if you're scripture hunt, that's
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 yeah.
doing this living in the for by that word there, and I don't do that part. He guides me in that, but I do believe in the scriptures, and I believe in the divine intervention of the printing of that, because it's just things that get talked about. I mean, they literally in the Old Testament talk about Jesus. It literally talks about, oh, this is what's going to happen. And it's like, wait, what? And it's like, yeah, and then here it is. And this is times when these are people that are scribing shit on skins and parchments and scrolls. And then guess what? It comes to be. And it's like, wait, and you just, I'm impressed. But then I look at life. I just look at nature, you know, look at, there's the natural life, wildlife that, and the whole process, the human life, dude, the creation of just humans. And yeah, it gets all polluted with this that sex, just it's your sex, whatever. But it's that conception, it's that spark that literally a brand new person gets created. Well, that's we yeah, you see a lot of retarded people out here right now, but that's by choice. That's not by design. We're capable of so much more. Look at the intertwines of our makeup, the vessels, the veins, nerve endings, the structure, the design of the human body. But see, that's once again, it depends on your approach. It's the glass is half full, you've got a smile on your face because, hey, I got a half glass full of water. If you look at it as a half empty, then you got a frown on your face because you feel like you're already halfway out of water. And me, I look at creation and at everything, and I kind of look at the workings going, like, isn't it weird how plants can actually steer you to the sun? I mean, all you got to do is look at which way the plants are growing. They grow towards the sun. And it's like, look at the tidal waves. They go with the gravitational pull and the shifting of stuff. It's like, wow, the axis that we sit on and the fact that we're the only ball in this universe like this. Just that right on it, we're just the existence, and you just kind of you're gonna find what you want to find. Me, I like finding more, so I guess I find more. Damn, I wanted to snot on you.
Cat, you say you're drinking beer and being sad. Well, that means the beer's doing its job. You do realize alcohol is a depressant, right?
That's all I said.
Kiss off, can I cry on your shoulder? Oh, he's just wanting to smear snot on you. He wanted to drool some boogers on you.
Snot, snot. I heard that's a good, that's a pretty decent heavy metal band.
It's not true. All right, we got to go and stir some flame. It's looking like a bed of coals again. I'm actually having fun. I'm not really sad. Well, I thought you were doing okay because you had kind of already said that when you first came in, Twisted. But hey, man, I've learned with the internet, anything is possible and it can all change in a split second. So I've realized the internet has emotions is about as fast as a flipping ass light switch. It was like on and you touched it and all of a sudden it's off. And it's like, oh, that was quick. That's kind of the emotional roller coaster of the internet. I'll be right back.
I think it's faster than a light switch. Yeah, Portland Andy can stay in Portland is all I'm saying. Oh, I don't hate on anybody. I ain't got time for a wasted emotion. Oh, I'm not saying he's not a good dude. He's just not my cup of tea. I mean, I've tried to watch him. It's just not my cup of tea. So sometimes I say things about people that seem rude and things like that. It's not that I'm just being rude. I'm just being I'm being me. Oh, I think before I speak all the time. I'm not responsible. I'm responsible only for the things that come out of my mouth, not for the way that you interpret them. I don't understand these people with all these riots. It's like, good lord, people, don't you have better things to do, like work? Oh wait, no, you're on unemployment most likely. Yeah, Rabbit, watch the heart attacks, man. Those aren't fun. I done had one. Although I'm going to admit, I can understand why people do that fentanyl. They gave me
That
that.
rabbit still here? Get
Yep.
out of town. Figured I'd done chased him off. OMG. Hey, what's up, Brainwater? Okay, y'all take care. Oh, Twisted, you out of here? Later, bud. It's good to see you again. Hope all is stays good.
Yeah, after they placed the stent in my heart, they gave me some fentanyl, and I'm gonna tell you, I can understand why people do get addicted to that drug. My God, that was a feeling like any other feeling I've ever had in my life. I thought that was divine intervention for a minute.
Hey, love you too, Twisted. Prayers of strength, wisdom. I'm glad the little one's doing good. Oh, okay, there you go, Rabbit. Well, then I don't, I don't try to push, you know, nothing on nobody. Who was it? I think it was it's that guy Metatron. You know who I'm talking about?
I don't.
Do y'all, do y'all in chat know who I'm talking about? I think is it Metatron or something? He's kind of that English dude. He does all the history stuff. Like he'll even review movies and he'll go, "Oh, see, that's not accurate. The real knights wouldn't have wore that." Or and I think it's Metatron or something like that. Anyway, it's just all I ask is to you don't have to believe what I believe. Just respect my beliefs in my house, and I'll respect your beliefs in your house. And I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. Because yeah, that's all I ask. That's why I say I don't usually even discuss that too much because sometimes you start feeling attacked, and it's like, okay, Metatron.
You know, Rabbit, money's not all it's cracked up to be. I'm just saying. It's nice to have, but I'd be just as happy having zero.
Well, see, I think that might be why things have happened to me the way they have, because I don't know. I guess because I just didn't really see another path. That's why I started getting really depressed all over again, because I just couldn't see any out that was going to be doable. Because I'm not doing to no doctors. I don't trust nobody. So I don't think I would even be able to trust them putting me to sleep anymore, because the way that they've used that with other people. And it's like, man, I don't know. It used to be just kind of like a hospital joke thing about, yeah, I went in, to get the bunion taken off, but I woke up and they took my gallbladder. I mean, it's just, but it was always there were, oh, they left their snips down in there, and but no, it's really they do things intentionally against your will. That's like, man, I forgot what. Oh, well, when I went and had that done right there during the thing, I was so worried that they were gonna like sneak in the vaccine shit into, my all my procedures type of liquid stuff, and like they're just gonna put that shit in that IV and I won't even know it, man. I mean, and I didn't like that thought, so I prefer to stay away from them people. I believe whatever you believe is your truth as far as religion belief goes. Hey man, that's do you, boo. That's as long as you're not forcing no shit on me, you're not disrespecting my beliefs, and because when you really break it down, dude, anybody that intentionally attacks somebody's beliefs, like goes at them, then they're just wanting to go at that person. They're just because that's to not agree on something when it comes down to it. Well, me and Rabbit are complete opposites, but he'll respect my belief. I'll respect his. He doesn't have that. Respecting somebody's belief doesn't mean you have to agree with it. You just got to respect it, which means I don't put my shit on him and he don't put his shit on me. I mean, and see, the world really would be so much nicer if people just operated day to day life that way. You know, just
That
do
would
you, boo. But you ain't got to go at nobody. Don't attack nobody, because now you've stepped. You're not doing you, boo. Now you're infringing on other people, and that shit ain't cool. So just chill. Do you? You don't like something, all you got to do is leave. And on this digital world, dude, it's really crazy, because this is even easier than real life.
right.
Hell, when my neighbor gets stupid, best thing I can do is just go inside and turn the music or something up loud enough to drown his ass out, so I ain't got to listen to anything he does. But on the internet, all you got to do is hit the fucking red X in the corner. Boom, it's all done. It's like, wait, what? Wait, click. Oh,
See,
that shit got quiet.
that's one of the reasons I've always had respect for you. Even me and you, we disagree on some things, but you never tried to say I'm wrong. You're like, okay, that's you. This is me, and that's the way it is.
Dude, I'm really that way. It's like the whole moon landing and all that stupid shit. I'm really the same way. Yeah, but at the beginning, because I was just floored, man. I had never seen so much, just like, I don't know, upside down world for me. And so, because I mean, anybody I associate, anybody around here is just like, wait, what? And so that's not like common shit as far as around here. So, and I got defensive. My mom worked in that industry, and then it's kind of like, nah, she was lying to you too. And it's like, wait, what? Just because some YouTube says that? No. And so I did defensive. I don't even sweat a shit no more, man. Just do you, boo. If that makes you, if you sleep better at night because you think we're on a saucer of dirt, that's cool. You know, if thinking that Sasquatch is out there raising a family in the fucking Appalachians or up in the fucking Ozarks or up in fucking Whistle Mountain or whatever, then hey, as long as you're having a good night's sleep and you're not harming nobody, I do not give a rat's ass.
Right?
And that's what it really comes down to, you know. And I'm done. I mean, I will say now on a personal level, I do start to use some of that as engaging of common sense. How deep does somebody actually look into something? You know, how, what type of facts did they need to bring this about? It kind of causes, I personally have questions, but I don't, I might just laugh at somebody and walk away because I might think somebody's batshit crazy. But hey, man, do you, boo? It's like rescue. It's not red, so there's that. What's not red? What did I miss? Hey, Holly, did you leave? Oh man, I'm sorry, Miss Holly. Well, I hope you make it a good day tomorrow and get you some rest. I didn't catch her in time. I don't think.
Yeah, Holly's got to get some
Rabbit.
presents for the doggy.
One of these days, I'm just gonna drive down to Rescue's place, sit down, and have a cigar and a shot of bourbon. Hey, come on down, Rabbit. Hey, you got your little tent pickup thingy right here, and we'll just pull you right in and set you right up underneath the oak tree over there. I need to get me one of them camper porta potty thingies, and then kind of just do me a little stall thing outside.
And just make yourself an outhouse.
But yeah, I could just go throw a 5 gallon bucket back there in that corner over in the corner. It's just like that's unfortunately I got neighbors right behind me and they're just I don't know.
Well, if they're neighbors that you don't like, the closer the outhouse is to them, the better. I'm just saying.
Hey, what's up, Forge and Thought? I would say I hadn't seen you in a while, which I still hadn't seen you in a while. I just happened to run into you the other night for a little bit, but people are allowed to have their own opinions, but when someone gets angry and calls you a fool because you present them with the evidence, with the evidence, where we shit, there it goes. Calls you a fool because you present them with the evidence they asked for, they've lost the plot.
I've always lived by the simple philosophy. Opinion, and excuse the French, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, some just stink worse than others.
Well,
End of
and you know,
discussion.
what's really kind of been, it was very troubling. I mean, I didn't really know how to deal with it. Still don't. I just don't really, doesn't matter anymore per se, but it's, it's like data evidence, you know, what's considered solid. Like, you know, it's kind of like, well, it's kind of like the gender thing, you know, thousands and thousands of years. It's like male, female, male, female. It just, there you go. And, I mean, every society did their own little freaky shit along the way, but everybody could just basically understand this is common. And then all of a sudden, here we are with all these others, and then there gets this weird spinning of all the lingo, and it's like the more definitions and twists they can give something, then it's like they, what was that? How they used to say that shit? They bamboozle you with words or some shit like that. You know, well that's, and
Mm,
that's kind of what it's like. It's gotten to nowadays. It's like, you know, I forgot I used to have that conversation how there's no such thing as gravity. And it's like, okay, sure thing. Yeah, man, I got it. So every time I've fallen off of shit, I'm very well reminded very hardly about real gravity. But, and then there gets into this rhetoric, babbling type stuff to prove something. It's like, see, and I don't even understand the point of the energy in that. And that's why I said I used to get kind of defensive at first, but then the internet, this whole digital thing is as well. Hey, I'll say it. I was a newbie, man, and I ain't no pro at this shit. I dance on the edges of it now. I put one foot in there and went, yeah, okay. I don't even know. And you can even watch some of these shows. It's like you watch that. Who's that dipshit British dude? Pierce Morgan or some shit like that. Dude, you go to watch one of them things and it's like, what kind of crap is this, dude? Is this the world that we've come to? So you've got four people up there, and at some point, given the topic, two of them are going to be screaming some anti-Trump shit, and two of them are probably going to be saying some pro-Trump shit, but everybody starts to talk shit and scream at one time, and it's supposed to make sense somehow.
Forging, I've never dealt with a flat earther, but I'm telling you right now, if I ever ran into one, I'm walking the other way as quickly as I can.
Oh man, you just laugh and just it's they're the modern day comedian. That's all.
I'm just walking away. I'll be laughing the whole time. Don't get me wrong, but I'm walking the other way just as fast as I can.
Oh, there you go. Rabbit got it. See, I know me and Rabbit, we kind of probably dibbled in the same thing. So yeah, if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, you baffle them with bullshit.
Well, shit.
And that's kind of how I feel like most of these things do when you watch them talk. You watch people talk,
My
and even people on this, I guess you'd say pro-Trump side or whatever, the Republican side. And I'm thinking, man, why do y'all why participate in this shit? It just,
I'm gonna tell you right now, the claimants that I get that call in every day, they definitely baffle me with their bullshit. I've never been
well, it's,
dazzled.
dude, I don't know. I'm just somewhere, like I told the missus, and I've even said it, I think, quite a few times on streams before. I really sometimes feel like I did step in the matrix. It's like somewhere along the way at like 2019 or something, I kind of like went to sleep and I woke up in the alternate dimension where up is down and down is up and left is right, right's left. There's now 60 plus genders. There's no such thing as gravity. We're just like here because it's magnetic force, and I'm wearing my metal shoes. And it's weird, that's all CGI up there in the sky, dude. You kind of got it. And I'm sorry, but when you talk to grown people that are 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s on up and shit, and you're kind of like, wow, dude, you really the flat earth thing. It's like, you invest in so much trash talking on people of what do you call it, the globers? Is that what you are when you believe it's round or spherical? It's your glober. And I'm like, see, where does this even pick up momentum, dude? You get in a fucking plane and go from California to New York. This isn't a complicated process. I mean, even though their own people have proven it, that's what cracks me up. When I got really looking, it didn't take long. Hell, I clicked a few videos, and this very dude who's into this flat earth shit goes out here to prove the theory it's flat, and then all of a sudden they're kind of going, yo, dude, I can't see the light. Really? Well, raise up. Oh yeah, I see it now. Oh well, it's not showing through the hole where it's even. Yeah, it's a curve. Go figure. And that's like I was had those discussions with people going, what about like all the sniper school shit, dude? It's not just some NASA thing. Like we have so much, dude. Sky cranes building skyscrapers use the curvature and shit and the rotation, gravitational pull. All this shit is part of algorithms that get used, and it's just the moon landing. Well, which one? We went more than one time, but wait, we're only talking about the one with the flag on it. Oh, that's right, because that became the most common knowledge one. Okay, gotcha. We'll just ignore the others were fake. And then it's like, well, Buzz Aldrin punched a kid in the face because he wanted to put his hand on the Bible. No, actually, Buzz Aldrin probably punched him in the face because that dude risked his life to go up in a vacuum place. And if just one slight little thing had gone wrong, he would have imploded and never would have came back here. And so maybe he felt disrespected that was just getting ignored. I know I would have.
He took a ride on an Acme rocket that was built by the lowest bidder. Okay, I give anybody props for that one.
Right.
I mean, look at it. Be honest. It was built by the lowest fucking bidder. In that case, I'm going to give you props if you decide to risk your life on that. If I'm going to go in a rocket, I want it built right the first time, and I don't spare the dollar. No, like I
There
said,
you go, Fortune. I don't know if you want to come or anybody wants to come up, but I just because
I
I do, I try to figure out how we got like what, and then I watch this college stuff, dude. Because I'm gonna tell you here, 60-year-old redneck. I sit here and watch these college protests about the pro Hamas and all this pro Palestine stuff, and it really blows my mind. I'm not saying Israel doesn't do some you know off the wall shit, but to do this whole flip, because see, I remember growing up when it's like, I'm sorry, but remember when the rest of the world even kind of looked at Palestine going, I'm sorry, are you crazy? When they elected Hamas to be their leadership, see, I remember that used to be on the news all the time. Like people were shocked and all, like, hello, you just elected a terrorist organization. Like we had no problem calling a terrorist organization back then. And then now you listen to it, and now like with the LA shit, dude, you got a dude running around there on some motor scooter, dirt bike, with a Hamas armband on, waving a Mexican flag, doing donuts around a burning car on a United States street. And you like, can you make it make sense? Because I don't get it. How the hell did you swing that far out of whack? You know, don't own anything, don't work hard, don't learn a trade skill. You're just working for the man. All of it's a lie. They're out to get you. And it's like, holy shit, dude, where did this come from? Can I just rewind and go back to work? And then the whole little nice little, I guess, my little slow infrastructure world, whereas I guess I'm protected of this. I was on the infrastructure type shit. So,
I'm thinking we're living in a song or in several different songs. Right now, it is I've got too much time on my hands from Journey because a lot of these people have way too
yeah.
much time on their hands.
Oh, wait, Rabbit is leaving, I think. Let's see. What did he say? Okay, now I'm gonna get off of here. Gotta finish putting shit in the truck for tomorrow. So y'all behave. Adios. Roger that, Rabbit. Hey, make it a good night and make tomorrow a good day. Be careful. So what you're heading out tomorrow? Well, that's Wednesday. So you're headed out Wednesday. So you're gonna be over there what, like Thursday, Friday through the weekend? That'll be cool. Well, have fun, enjoy yourself.
And if you don't enjoy yourself, enjoy somebody.
Well, better make sure they're okay with it.
This is true. Well, no, they don't have to be okay with it. I mean, to come
Well,
to think of it, I'll go to a park and I'll enjoy other people just doing their thing and just watching them.
yeah,
Sometimes
but
it's fun to people watch.
how depending on how hard you intently people watch, it might make them feel all weird. Where you
Well,
kind of got the stalking age nowadays.
that this is true too.
People watching is okay as long as you look off every now and then to make sure that you don't want to watch too long. There's like some kind of hidden timers, and you never know whose timer's set to what.
Right, that's true.
It's like, damn, that dude just looked in my direction. What does he want? What does he want? It's like, I don't know. Actually, I wasn't looking at you. I was watching that truck behind you because isn't that cool? Oh, what? Huh? Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you was looking at me. Yep, I know. That's yeah.
Yeah,
That
it's
sounds
sad,
odd. No.
but that is very truthful. Sad, but truthful.
I'm enjoying the hell out of you folding laundry while breathing heavy. Ooh-wee. Yeah, I don't think D-Dog had it. His 30 minutes extended way beyond. I think I just lost him. That was 2.5 hours ago. He's like, give me
Huh.
30 minutes. But it's all right. I've come to realize there's things there. Shit happens.
Exactly.
Please don't encourage rabbit. I'm enjoying the hell. Teresa got the fire going. Yeah, it's got a nice little glow to it now.
Uh, well, Teresa, they have medication for that. I'm just saying.
I feel like people watching should be reserved for when the individual commits actions that warrant it, like public dipshittery and nonsense. Oh man, you get me fired up there, forging. Yeah, if I had the money, I wouldn't mind trying to support. How would you say that? Audit the auditors that audit or something. I don't know. Because man, some of these people, it's like, dude, I gotta tell you, you're trying to make cops seem like they're bad, but you know how annoying you are for somebody trying to do their job, and you're all in their grill and the way they talk, so nothing's professional. I just don't like it. Yeah, those drive me crazy. I don't see much
I,
of it. I'd come up
I,
rescue, but probably not a good idea.
I don't
It's all
know.
right. I got
I
you.
support auditors up to a point. I do agree
All
with what they're doing for the most part. I think some of them just kind of take it to a level where it doesn't need to go.
But see, okay, but what is an maybe see this as here's the weird terminology change because see, I think an audit is this to go, okay, here's what it's supposed to be, so let's check. This is what it is. Now let's compare to what is to what it's supposed to be. Okay, here's the players, the loss plus more. That's it. So if you were serious about it and this is okay, no, we want to help, we're going to audit, our local police department. Okay, then one, have you looked up the policies of what that department has for the officers? And if you're going to go with the whole constitutional thing, then okay, have you compared the department's policies with the Constitution? And then have you gone directly to the police chief or the mayor? No, no, no. Let's go get the patrol cop over here, because what it really is I've had a bad interaction with some, and so I've got an attitude with them, and this is the way I can get in their face, and I can use the Constitution to validate it, because I can just go, it's freedom of the press, and I'm free to do. And it's like, okay, well, once again, to me, I'm just a simple person. So just because you can do things doesn't always necessarily mean you should. And I think if you're seriously about auditing the behavior, then okay, what is the department's policies, and how that then you go compare this guy's actions. You don't interact. You document. You're going to show this is where he pulled this over. He's said this, he's saying this, and I'm filming this. Now I'm going to compare that with the policy on what they say is should he conduct a traffic stop. Oh, wait, what he's doing goes with this. So why am I screaming at this dude? Because the policy said he can do that. I need to go whoever wrote this policy, because that's what we need to change. But see, that's that simplistic way of looking at things. And then that's that accountability. That doesn't now that's not the, I can call you all these names because there's nothing you can do about it because you're a public servant. Dude, how much shitty do you have to be? It's like, I can cuss you out just because I can, but I'll call myself an auditor. Well,
I'm not.
maybe other auditors ought to call them out then, and then it wouldn't make that
They
name
really
look so
should.
bad.
They really, really should. That's why there's a lot that I don't follow at all. I mean, there are a few that I do, and those are the ones that actually provide valid points on both sides. And those are the ones that I'll watch. And there are uh, lackluster is not supporting any one channel, but that's one channel that does a very good job, showing both sides. He's not out there, you know, screaming and yelling because he can, in a cop's face. I don't think that's actually a smart thing to do, especially when, cops do carry guns. I mean, come on, seriously? But I think some things, there are some good ones out there. Unfortunately, they're getting, just like cops, there are good cops out there. Unfortunately, it's the bad ones that are giving them the bad name.
But see, that's where I to me, it's that's the disconnect. See, because they're just people. It's no different than your meter reader, your paramedic dude, your local firefighter guy, your local, it's just a person. He just chose law enforcement. You know, does that make him perfect? No. And I love all the people that are screaming how they don't know the Constitution. Man, do you know how many of the population doesn't even know what? My God, look, you got half of this generation right now that doesn't even think that document's real.
Well, there are people that do overstep their bounds, both in public sector and in private sector.
Well, and see, and I will say, see, I don't even agree with the whole city police force thing. I don't agree with that myself. I think that every city you should be electing your police chief just like the county elects their sheriff. I don't
I
think
don't
that
even
police chief should be a hired gun under the mayor, city council, whoever it is that does the hiring for that city. I think that's bullshit.
I don't even believe in city police forces. End of discussion. I think the city should be reimbursing the sheriff's office in order to.
Oh, let me check my rule. The alarm just rolled over. Make sure we're still contained. Yeah, that would be, yeah. Just kind of have it like still under the county and just have it like a little division for the
Yeah,
city environment.
yeah, you can still have. Well, forging. Like I said, there's a lot of auditors out there that I understand where you're coming from, and I don't support those ones. Yeah, chitty chitty bang bang.
All right, what do we got? Hey, Miss Lisa. Call the rest of someone and says, hey, right, Fortune. Well, and it's just the disconnect. It's just one extreme for another. That's why, and then you kind of wonder. It's like, so is that actually part of, you know, the plan per se? Because
Well, I mean, I see what forging is saying, but at the same time, you have cops that'll fucking barge their way into your house just because they think they can because they're a cop,
but
which
see,
is totally wrong.
in all honesty though, Ray, that only is that happens because it's allowed at the department level. You know, see if that beat cop per se knew that if somebody actually filed the complaint and it was actually looked into, that then they would be held accountable. Well, then that keeps the checks and balances. But when the departments, because it's a city and it's like what they allow, it's like the shit that just went down in L.A. That police chief had no problem for what the first I think 5 days. Not yeah, it's just oh well, it's just a little protest, no big deal. What? And then finally, it's like, yeah, dude, at this point, the world has watched it. So you're going to sound like a dumbass. You're fixing to sound like a Fauci telling people to put on two masks. You really want to go there? And then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, it's kind of getting out of control. It's like, yeah, see, but see, this is what I'm saying. He was paid. His job is on the line because of Karen Bass. And she kisses ass because of Gavin Newsom. And it's just, this is the shit. And I'm blown away how everybody talks about it, but it's just like people can point things right out. Like you can show somebody and they don't, but see, they've got people, there goes to that thing with the voting. Because when you back up even more, you look at how come people in Nancy Pelosi's district haven't stood against that? Probably because three-quarters of them don't even think they can. And a quarter of them probably think, oh, what's the point? And so they got free reign. It's like, how does Karen Bass get to be mayor of Los Angeles? Is that really what those people, or did you just not show up so they were able to use those numbers to their benefit and give her the win? Because that's it. When it comes down to the votes, I'm not saying they don't get stolen, and I'm not saying that they're all legit, but I'm just saying when it comes to voting, there's registered voter numbers, and that number, the more you can take away from that general number by people actually showing up, takes away those extras that stay there because they don't show up that then get used. Because that's what allows, and it's one domino thing after another. I'm not saying there aren't bad cops. The good cops need to start calling out the bad ones. But we
Exactly.
also need to then start having regular people call out these shitheads that go out there and provoke and start shit. We need to start
Absolutely.
calling out this bullshit when this dude is a gangbanger. He's a thug. You can go see all those little pointing the Glock at the camera shit, gonna pop a cap in your ass, and then he finally, does some shit, gets taken out, and then all of a sudden the next picture, oh well, no, this was the graduation picture. He was going to be somebody. He was just I mean, so wait, what? No, we need to start just calling that out for what it is. That's bullshit. And if you don't, we stopped accountability, man. Self accountability and holding people accountable.
Yeah, and you hit it right on the head with that. And forging, I'm sorry you had to deal with such shitty ass people. I mean, you got it as a firefighter or a cop. Yeah, you got a tough job. You don't deserve to have people jumping up and down in your face. But at the same time, you do have to be accountable for your actions. And I'm telling you, if I don't know how I would respond with some of the videos that I've seen with cops being a little bit too aggressive.
Well, what I see is when you end up like this, to where you got that kind of stuff coming out, and then there's the good stuff. There's the innocent attack on a cop. That so you have one from one extreme to another, and what happens is it all falls apart
You know,
because you can't, like, nobody wants to. There's like there You're not going to get more compassion because, dude, like, you watch some of these. I, and I'm not saying like all cops are like all perfect, you know, by far, dude. I've been right here. I've been brake checked. Hell, I went to jail a long time ago, probably 25 years ago, right here out of this living room, just because I wouldn't shut up. So I mean, I've done I get it. I was a convicted felon. I've been pulled over and I've had the fucking pistol grip hold because, oh wait, his record just came back. He's what? Now I've watched the time. I get it, but at some point, somebody, because it takes two to tango, somebody has to make an effort to be different. And when
I,
it comes to, like, between the auditors versus the cops, it's going to take parts of both to
no,
want to change. And
yeah,
then otherwise, I think this is going to fall apart. And no, that's not
I,
meat puppet. That's give no quarter.
I watch these people, with their dash cams. They get pulled over and they're giving the cop a hard time. I don't need to give you my license, blah blah blah. No, technically, you do need to provide your license. You need to provide proof of registration, and you need to provide proof of insurance. And I do that when I'm pulled over. I hand over my documents. He starts asking questions. Look, officer, with all due respect, I've got things that I need to do. If you're going to write me a ticket, please do so. If you're going to give me a warning, please do so. But let me get on my way. I'm not here to chit chat with you. I'm not your friend. This is completely a business thing right now. You can do things with respect, and that's what people forget. They think that their rights trump everything. No, your rights, you do have rights, but unfortunately your rights end at the tip of your nose.
Well, you have rights, but you have to back them up with a solid foundation, which means your character, you have to be righteous. That's what validates your rights is your righteousness. Like that, are you in the right? It's like, oh well, I've got the right to defend myself, so that's why I punched that dude. Oh wow, yeah, you got the right to defend yourself. And then here comes the other person and watch over going, but that dude never even got off the bench and did anything. Well, he was probably thinking about it, so I had to defend myself. And then that's like all of a sudden that same phrase can take a whole different view. And it's just until people acknowledge that yes, there is a common law and order of right and wrong. Yes,
You
we
have
do have way too many laws on the books. Yes, but so
you
we
have the
that can
right.
start. You can start fixing that stuff, but they've literally got people convinced that you can't participate in the system. It won't do no good. You know. Look, I done chased everybody off. Hell, there's only 11 people sitting here listening.
Yeah, and that's just it, forging. I mean, there's proper ways of dealing with things, like rescue says, and I agree with it wholeheartedly, and I practice it. Like I said, I get pulled over. Here's my license. Here's my registration, and here's my proof of insurance. Cop starts
Well,
asking
that's
me questions. Look, I have
ever
nothing
since
to
I've
hide.
gotten out. I knew that was going to happen to me. So every time I've ever been, but then it's taken me a long time now. I don't even get pulled over. I mean, hell, they can run the plate and they know who I am.
Well,
And
I've
and
got
I'm treated with respect, but I earned that respect. Hell, I went through a phase where I was the computer guy, then it's like the firefighter, and then so I've earned the respect. But when people first met me, yeah, you think I'm that person. I'm not that person.
well, see, we got a
So you kind
program
of
here
got to
in
accept
Arizona.
that buffer. I chose that path.
We have a program here in Arizona that if your car, you can volunteer to be pulled over if your car is out on the road between certain hours, which are prime hours for auto theft. I signed up for it. So I know that if I go at 1 o'clock in the morning to the convenience store, there's a higher probability chance of me being pulled over than Joe Blow next to me. And I request that because I don't want my car stolen. If it gets stolen, I want the cop to pull the motherfucker over. So I already know that, just have my stuff ready. I don't have to talk to them. I can just tell them with respect, I don't wish to engage in idle conversation.
Right. Hey, Firefly. What's up, best life? Well, that's I don't know. I guess you can maybe that's just shit you learn over the years. Because I gotta say, what I'm telling you isn't the same thing I would have said most. Probably half of it, I would have still. It would have just been a weirder version than 30 years ago
Oh yeah,
in my 30s. So
10,
that would
20
have been
years
way
ago,
different.
10, 20 years ago, I would have probably be the one that was screaming and yelling in the cop's face. And matter of fact,
Well, you just
I was
realize
that way.
over time that you cause yourself. It's more stress. You're fighting. Because you can't. You're not going to win the battle that way. If you want to win the battle, you got to change the laws. Changing the laws, which means you get involved in the politics. Don't want to get involved in the politics, then see if your kid's interested in politics. If not, then find a neighbor, finds it. But that's the system. Instead, it's like the majority just say, "Well, no, I'm just going to say that the system it can't be so no that and then now all of a sudden you don't have to participate so you're not responsible for nothing. There's nothing I can do. It is what it is."
No, I try
And
to
it's like,
change the system.
I don't know about that.
I try to change the system, but I'm smart enough to know I need to change it in my immediate area. I can't worry about what's going on in LA. I'm sorry, LA is about 500 miles away. Yeah, it doesn't affect me that much. However, what happens here in Phoenix, that's about 10 miles away. That does affect me. What happens in Tempe, that's 5 miles. That affects me. What happens
Right.
here in Mesa, I'm here in Mesa. That absolutely affects me. So I'm going to take a stand in these areas. I'm not going to go out to whatever town you're in or Podunk, Iowa, and cause shit to to try to initiate change when that has nothing. The shit going on in your town or in Podunk, Iowa, has absolutely nothing to do with me.
Dude, I just that's this is it depends on, I guess, the kind of life that you want to have. If you want to live on the wild side, then okay, you're going to have those run-ins. Well, don't trash them. I mean, you're kind of, you know, you're putting yourself in the ballpark. It's kind of like you would be shocked and awed if all of a sudden you were out in your yard and you got smacked upside the head by a football, and then some damn running back come over and just plowed over you. And like, wait, what? And it's like, hey, we're playing football. And it's like, well, I wasn't playing football. Well, that's you can get involved in that realm, but think about it, law enforcement, and most of the time you just. And I'm not saying that doesn't mean, because I love how there's jump on those little instances that here and there, but I get it. Sometimes there's just assholes. Like I said, I've seen it here. Hell, by a matter of fact, actually, decades ago, we used to have the most crooked ass sheriff, and you know what? People finally saw it, and enough people saw it, and so they voted in somebody else. I know, Cola. Well, I'm. It's not so much the night owl. I only like to burn at night because that way I can see where the embers go. So I prefer to burn at night. I feel like I can see the fire better, and so I thought, well, I know everybody always likes seeing fires, so then I just decided I would do a fire one.
Well, not just that, but fire at night is relaxing. I mean, You have the smell of the night air, the quietness, so that you can hear the crackling of the wood. They're just fire is always better at night. Sorry.
It can be soothing. It's a cleanser. It's probably what'll be used to clean the world the next time. Won't be getting the flood again. Fortune says the cashier at the Walmart says, "How are you today?" And you say, "Just give me the receipt and hurry up. I don't want to engage with you. Your transaction will be much worse than it could have been." Right?
Well, well,
And see,
here's the
like that,
thing.
how are you today? All you got to do is say, "I'm fine. How are you?" And then that's it. But see, for some reason, people feel the need to do the negative thing. And somehow, like, it became cool to do the little name talking, the cussing out, the screaming and bullshit. I don't
Again,
know.
that's just wasted energy that I consider wasted energy. First and foremost, I don't go to Walmart. I choose not to. I choose not to support Walmart with my money. But when I go to the my 7-Eleven, I mean, I'm very cordial with them. Hey, how you doing tonight? Huh, okay. Thanks for asking. I've been around. I mean, uh, best life. I've been around. I just usually spend more time in the backgrounds now. I've got too much other shit going on in life. But no, I mean, I'm very cordial with people, out on the street. But
Man, I
I
try to
make
be.
it. I mean, I'm not. I also make it very obvious. I'm not here for just idle gossip. I don't care what Mary Lou did to Cindy Lou over at Walter Lou's place. Okay, I really don't have time for all that. I just came in here to get this. I'm more than happy to say hello. How are you doing? Thank you, and have a nice night. It's not me being rude or anything. It's just being very blunt and to the point.
Man, I try to give people. I try to treat people the way they treat me. So it's just like that's why I've been criticized from people about, dude, I don't know why you talk to them. Well, I don't know. It hadn't been rude to me, and so I guess that's why. I mean, I treat people how they treat me. So, and I'm not much of a follower. I never have been. Me and the Mitzi were talking about that the other day. Is I've never been a follower. I don't know. Somewhere along in my youth, I don't know if it's hanging out with damn biker thugs in my early teenage year type things, but all of a sudden you just kind of, because it's like you watch, it's like, wait a minute, so you guys just got in this damn fight because that dude got pissed off at that guy because, well, he thought he looked at him funny. And it's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm like, well, that's stupid. So you bet you're all sore. You've been going through all this shit, and it's just because that dude thought that dude looked at him funny, and really. And so, see, I've never been a follower, and then you just kind of go from that, which I was then in the anger days when I went to the army, and so that was a little different. But man, it's like I went into prison the first time when I came back from the army, and then I got in trouble, go to prison the first time. You look at the little cliques, and it's like, oh wait, you mean I can't talk to this dude because he's black, and that's life in prison. Life in prison is segregated by racial. You want to know where the racism comes from. It's in the judicial system. It gets encouraged in there. And so, and then you just kind of come out and you see, I'm just not one because, now, and I was actually, and I told somebody this, if I'm friends with somebody and you're mad or you're upset with somebody and you tell me what the deal is, then I'm going to go, okay, well, I understand I get what you're saying. And so then I got your point. But to just be like, wait, you're mad at him? So yeah, well, the hell with him. And it's like, what? I mean, because when you think about it, dude, you just that takes like little thinking whatsoever. I mean, and it's funny because if people do it that to them, then you get told you're judgmental, and I don't know. But he did look at me funny. Yeah, but see, that doesn't mean we all need to go jump on him, does it, does Billy? But I've seen that stuff, and I'm all for, dude, I'll back a brother 100%, or a sister 100%. Just, and I've stuck up for people. I've said things out here on a stream on the YouTube days. I've defended people. If I think there's a right and a wrong, then there you go. But just because somebody gets upset, I just, man. And you watch that, it's like, I'm sorry, look at all them people in the streets in LA. You think they got some kind of unity thing going? Hell no, man. Somebody's just pissed off. Everybody's pissed off at something. You just, give them a target to throw it at and they'll do it. That's how you get your mob. That's where the horde comes from. Just give them a unified target to hate on, and that's all they need. They don't agree with each other. They can just agree to hate that together. That's what the
Yeah,
TDS did, the Trump derangement did. It gave everybody a target. Just say Trump, and then they can get behind it. Even, that dude, he's over here illegally, and he's raped 3 women and molested 2 kids, and he's been locked up twice, but Trump wants to deport him. Trump, let him stay. Yeah, let's attack you. And it's like, wait, what just happened? It's like, you get programmed to hate Trump, man. There you go. Well, they can get away with anything. All they got to do is throw Trump into the mix, and you forget all about the basics.
yeah, and you forget all about the facts, and you won't listen to facts.
Forging says, unless I personally have seen a reason to avoid someone, their rejection at the word of another is a strange concept. Hell, people tell me the Beatles are a good band, and I think they are liars. Opinion is subjective. Well, I think the Beatles probably did do some lying, though, but it's kind of a little bit of a both. They had some decent songs, and they probably lied a lot. That's like some kind of science thing. It's merging of 2 things and mixing it and coming out with rationale. No, say it ain't so. Yeah, who knows all the toes on? Am I stepping on toes, I guess, tonight or something? I don't know. I hope not. Hey, look at there. Thunderstorms likely this morning. See, that's another reason why I decided, because, man, I actually had that other fire down there tarped over today because there was supposed to rain. And I was like, oh, man, I don't want this shit because I've really been trying to get it burnt, but we just keep having this rain. And so then that's why I thought, well, so I took a nap earlier after I stacked up this. I cut some of the stuff at front. And then I go and I'm good for, I do about like a 2-hour something. And then I chill anywhere, sometimes 4 hours, sometimes depending on what I did the 2 hours, I might even go do nothing for 6 hours and spend about 3 of those laying flat and 3 of them sitting up. But I just got to time it. See, that used to bother me because I've never done that before. It's like I've never laid down longer than 6 hours or so. And now I lay down for hours. And then I'll get up and then I go lay back down. And I never used to do that. But I've decided it's acceptance. I just have to do, this is where I'm at. This is how I get things done. And I have these cool little moments where I can do things. Everyone with their phone out for their own Instagram destruction and for the right to claim they were there. All substance or justification is this. Oh, wait, we got in LA. I have seen Mexican flags, USSR Palestine flag, personal car deed. They are united for nothing, self-serving clout posters. Well, yeah, but they gather them under the Trump thing. See, that's that hate. that becomes the target. Trump, just say Trump. And when you watch some like these little reporter things, and you watch these like interviews that Piers Morgan dude or that Dave Smith guy, I think his name is, or L. Crowder might. But no, I've watched it on the committee things. Um, the actual like in the fucking House of Representatives, they get asked a question, and what was that question? And I thought, really, what does that have to do with anything? Because it was like, what could you, what do you need to be able to do this or this? And then this person just goes on this little whole Trump tirade. And it's like, that had nothing to do with anything that you were just asked. So, but that's all they got. If the bill, instead of actually debating parts of the bill, they just go into this Trump derangement thing. Trump, 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 Trump. And you go, wow, what the hell, dude? People are like an old vinyl record, and they're just stuck on skip with Trump, 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 Trump.
The Trump skip.
Man, it just blows my mind. And then you watch the other people watch this. It's like that Piers Morgan dude, and you watch these people go on, and it's like, man, I kind of had a little bit of respect for you, but you get up here and all you do is you participate with these people over this batshit crazy stuff. It's like people comparing, you know, how the J6, they're still hung on the big insurrection, but that's not LA. J6 was an insurrection. Look at those MAGA people, but not LA. And it's like, what? Why do you
Yeah,
even entertain these people in conversation?
I've
And but
never,
yet
I've never
they
had
do.
respect for Pierce Morgan. I mean, back from the days of the National Enquirer, the little toilet read papers
Oh, is that
that,
where he comes from?
yes,
Oh, well, hell, okay. See, now that all made sense now. Now it fits. Because, yeah, you sit there and you watch him, and he does that. It's like he'll use the rhetoric when he's asking the question, spinning the tail. It's like, you know, we can all agree that, the insurrectionist on January 6th, and it's like, hold him up. Somebody needs to correct his wording, but they don't. They just let him get away with shit like that.
yeah,
And I'm like, why?
he was the whole National Enquirer, Star, all these little trash tabloids that you picked. My
Huh.
mom would always pick up every week at the
So he's been a
grocery
shitbag.
store. He's the OG shitbag.
Oh, so he is the media version of the Jerry Springer, more covert
Yes.
stuff. Let's see. So what it Forty says, well, yeah, they have convinced everyone 18 to 30 that border security is the same as racism. I know, right, man? And these are all the same people that have a problem with border security. Shut the front door to their residents every night. And it's like, well, how come you're not feeding the neighborhood? How come you're not out here providing for everybody up and down your street? Well, what happened to this open border bullshit? Open up your yard, your residence. What, you mean you can't make enough to feed everybody? Oh, you mean you don't even make enough to feed yourself? You rely on taxpayers that do hold down jobs to feed you. Oh, yes, that's seeing we just need more people to look at them and go sit down and shut the fuck up. But
Yeah,
we
pretty
don't.
much.
Instead, we have media, and I'm the media man. If there's anything that Trump could ever do with the FCC that then would put a stop to just the regular mainstream media, ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, CNN, Fox, all them people, it's like, okay, no, y'all want to do this journalism bullshit, then if you're going to report on a story, you have to cover both sides, yeah, and you have to provide data per statement you make. And then that, this whole the view bullshit, they ought to be able to be sued. misinformation, lying. Like when they say, "Oh, this, and that." Okay, if you can't prove that, then you ought to be sued. Which
For
I think
making
Trump
false
has sued them.
promises, like we're gonna all leave the country. Shit, only one of them left, and she's crying, wanting back in.
I know. What do they call that in those other suits? That ought to be our pain and suffering. We should all be able to sue over pain and suffering because they're still here.
Right?
You
I'm
see
not
what he
kidding.
said? He said, check it out. Border security is not racism. The United States is one hell of a barbecue, and we would love to have you. But if you don't RSVP, your ass got to go. That's it.
Hey,
And
you're
dude,
more
come
than
on, man.
welcome.
Let's get real. Like, is it really a big discussion and a real shocking all to go, hey, dude, if you're going to go into another country, you might respect it and then not be waving some other country's flag, especially while you're destroying things in their city.
You're more than welcome to come over as long as you use the front door, not the back door.
Well, dude, and it's like that. They act like, oh, we need immigrants. We let in, we do over 1 million people a year. So over 1 million
Actually,
people a year
no.
get to come in.
Based on the number of just homeless veterans we have, we don't need immigrants. We can lock up the border completely, let nobody in. We can actually start solving our own issues.
Well, that's really what we ought to do. We ought to just, sorry, we're closed for now. We've got to
No,
renovate. We're
exactly.
closed
No,
for
no
renovation.
vacancies. No vacancy.
That's it. We're closed for remodeling.
Right? That's, that's what Trump should have done from day one. Okay, world, the United States is closed due to remodeling.
Well, kind of in a way, we are, because that's like this. That's the forward base that we built down here in Texas on the border. That just kind of established a zone, and then that's why I got to say, man, I'm not a political guy, so all this financing and all these different departments, the shit, I don't know, man. You know, but I would like to, like I said, I'm a simple person, so I look at simple things kind of, and I kind of go until they show me a reason to then I get it. But dude, everybody involved with this are money makers. The whole, well, not Pete Hegseth or like Christy Nome per se, but like that little Ludnick dude, or not Ludnick, the little bald, gray-headed, bearded dude that's doing Ludnick. Is that it, Ludnick or some shit? But he's a business dude, Trump business dude. I think Elon just had him a little limelight pissed off. The dude is kind of a glorified little gamer too, so I can see the attitude. Just because he's the
Elon
richest dude in
Musk,
the world doesn't mean he all of a sudden has all this etiquette and all this shit. So I can see him getting pissed, and he mouthed off some shit, and that's why it's all been deleted because he's like, yeah, that's probably was kind of stupid. So
Elon
and
Musk is on the autistic spectrum, and he
yeah, he
likes
just
the
had a moment.
attention. His
Doge is
15
still
minutes of
working.
fame started to come to a closure, and he couldn't handle that. So he had to create more issue in order for him to get some more time in the spotlight. That's all it is.
Well, there were words. It's like I found out. Well, I say I found out. I've heard through Bannon brought it out, and then there was somebody else that was back there. Apparently, they could confirm that yeah, that happened. And Trump even acknowledged that there was uh, you know, an altercation. But that Scott Bassett dude, the the finance guy that you'll see up there talking sometimes, stands all straight and he's got the glasses and he kind of talks proper, and so I think it's Bassett or something like that, Scott Bassett. Anyway, he apparently hit him. That's where that black eye came from, because apparently he told Elon that he was a fraud and a liar or some shit. And Elon's shoulder, checked him in the ribs, and then the scuffle ensued, and he apparently, I guess that was like a forearm or something or elbow that got him in the eye right there. And then that was right before he come in for the key to the White House thing. And then that's when they say Trump decided, well, now that's just it. We need to step back, and which kind of fits in with that's why Trump hasn't really talked a bunch of shit about Elon when he gets asked. He just kind of goes, oh, I wish him well, and that's hope he does good. And so that's I don't know. And like I say, you got everybody, and there's 8 billion people on this planet, so you got all kinds of stories, and and I get it. I don't know, man. You just roll with whatever happens. You know, I can totally get that. Elon's a gamer kind of dude. He actually gets on Twitch, or he did, and he'll talk shit to people. He'll talk it when he's doing his Diablo 4, and he'll get to talking some shit. So he does that. So it's just, but I do think, and I think that he was good with Doge, and I think that he means well. I think that he, just like a lot of people, I don't fully understand this. I just kind of, I guess I'm going with the explanation that I've heard is that this isn't just a regular budget bill. This is and the type of bill that this is doesn't allow some things that people want, like the Doge cuts, can't happen right now in this bill. This isn't that kind of bill, and so and that's why I think that it looks one way, but like some people go, oh, that money's still going Biden's thing. I don't think it's actually going to end up there. I think it just because the way our system is, it's like, well, I don't know, but if it says that you're giving U.S. aid, 150 million, then you got to give it to them. Well, okay, well, you're right. Unless Congress changes that, I'd have to do that. So what I can do is change the head of the U.S. aid. And so all of a sudden now U.S. aid might get it the 150 million, but then they turn around and give it right back or whatever, because that's the head of that U.S. aid says so. I think that you don't get to be those rich people on American lifestyle and still be bringing the system down. I mean, if you collapse the system, it's the system that makes them rich. So that's one thing. And I really do think that Trump, he wants best for the country. He said it, and that's everybody. There's so many people that ignore that, but the dude said it since the damn 80s. So, and it's amazing that if he's lying, then why aren't other people? Why can't you just look at anybody else on YouTube that does something patriotic and go, oh, they're just lying? Because I mean, that's really, I mean, you got footage where he's sitting there going, man, somebody up there, they're doing all kinds of screwed up, and somebody needs to fix this. And you got people that even ask him, well, would you run? No, I don't want to. And and then the minute he does, it's like part of the plan. He's just one of them, and it's like, what? That dude didn't even want to do it, dude. And then you show him this 20-year footage, and it's like, that doesn't matter. And then you become the brainwashed one. You just don't get it. You don't understand. You're not awake. You don't know. And I'm like, wait, what? You just ignore things right in front of you because this is what suits the narrative. And I don't understand, you know, how the Dave Smith dude does that shit. And it's like, he starts off with common sense, and next thing you know, he's off in some radical ass shit. And it's like, what? We just disconnect from common sense. I got to go catch my runaway log. I'll be right back.
I guess there was an ICE raid in my hometown. Huh. Over 100 illegals arrested. Nice to see you, Lisa. Don't forget, tomorrow's a new day and another chance to screw things up just a little differently. Best life, I think you need a fire pit too. I mean, nothing says homey like a good fire pit.
Ooh, where are we at now? I
Well,
put rocks all around mine.
Lisa apparently had to take off, and since you weren't around to say your goodbye spiel to her, I just gave her my goodbye spiel. Hope you
Oh,
don't
okay,
mind.
Miss Lisa. Well, make it a good day tomorrow. You're in the driver's seat. Hope you have an awesome night and get plenty of rest.
My spiel is just tomorrow is a new day and another chance to screw things up just a little bit differently.
Well, it's like that, See, like I think, I know it matters when I go to sleep of what I have on my mind. That plays a big part in the rest that I get and how I feel when I wake up the next day. Like some days, if I've got so much on my mind, then I'll wake up the next day and don't even feel like I got any rest. And it's because my brain never really slowed down. I just kept going 90 to nothing, restless sleep, dreams, nightmares, whatever you want to call them, but just, restless.
Yeah.
Wake up, feel already kind of like, damn, I just didn't get no rest. And then I just have slowly been reflecting back, and that's usually when I'm kind of really caught up in something stressful, negative, anxious, tense, and it's kind of like that's one reason why I stopped doing actually the night ones like I did because I was like, well, I try now to I read a little bit and then I watch some Gunsmoke or Wyatt Earp or Tombstone Terror. I watch some of the old westerns, something like that, and because I just kind of then just sit there and I chill and I put everything away and when I feel like okay, I'm just kind of chill watching the show, then I'll turn it off and I go lay down. I usually get the best sleep that way.
My brain never is just like yours. It never shuts down. So it's always doing something. So I'll find something that I like to learn about and I'll do some research on it and it kind of puts me in a good mood and then I'll just fall asleep thinking about that one particular thing. And that's what causes me to fall asleep and wake up. I mean, I can't say I've ever woken up feeling extremely rested.
Oh no, yeah, shit, my body's been like a washing machine, so there's no way I'm gonna feel like all that relaxed. But I can tell good nights and bad nights.
Oh yeah.
You know, matter of fact, hell, the missus can tell when I have real bad nights because she'll even tell me the next morning, going, "Well, I can tell you didn't. You must have been hurting pretty good." And I'll go, "Oh," and she'll go, "Well, yeah, and I'll have either thrown blankets off or I've made a grunting sound real loud while I'm sleeping because sometimes if I do twist just right, I'll catch a nerve and I make the sound, but I'm a heavy sleeper nowadays, man. It's actually was funny because I made myself become a heavy sleeper. Like I came I came out after the second state vacation that I went on, and dude, I was so accustomed to just kind of half-ass sleeping with one eye open that I didn't know how to rest. I didn't know how to really sleep. I would just kind of sit back and then I would keep one eye kind of looking around and stay kind of conscious, nodding in and out. And then finally, I was like, dude, no, because I'm here. I need to leave that behind. And so, yeah, then I just was like, no. And so then I started making myself. I lay down and I'll go out for about 2.5 hours. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I go all in. I don't give a shit. You can knock the house down.
You know, I used
And
to be a heavy sleeper and nothing could wake me up. Now, shit, I'll wake up on a pin drop. And not that I want to, trust me. I usually have some damn good dreams, but I will wake up on a pin drop.
oh, see, not me now. After I crest about the 3.5, 4 hour mark right in there, now I'm prone to just wake up all the way up until about the 6 hour mark. At 6 hour mark, I'll wake up. I'm waking up and I'm laying there, and now it's like I could even know that's going. I bet it's this time. I bet it's, and then I'll turn around and it's like, oh man, sure enough, been 6 hours. And then I can't. Once I'm awake, I have a hard time laying there. I have to get up for a little bit and then I'll lay back down. Possibly depends on what I've done, how bad I've stirred my shit up. But hey, what's up, Stuart? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Rest is important. Nice fire. It looks moist there. Actually, it was not so moist. It's moister. I had to moisten it up.
Well, it looks like you definitely got some good ash pile to be spreading across the lawn.
Well, that's this pile right there. That's all. I mean, that's why I haven't used. There's no gas. Then no diesel. Didn't use nothing on that because when this all gets burnt down, which I still got. You just can't see it, but yeah, they're still where those little shiny white spots are. Right, er, right there. There's all those limbs from that tree are still there. So, but once all that kind of gets burned down, then this pile, I wanted this for garden.
Ah,
So then I can take and get this and we're going to try to get some dirt at some point. Maybe that happens this year, maybe next year. I don't know. But then get that all mixed in together, and then that's going to be part of our compost
right.
type
Not
pile
bad
gardening
for it.
day weather. Green is good. Yep. Yeah, I've been trying to get the yard back in shape because that's tough. I think I'm going to do some of this natural stuff with some vinegar. Uh, what is it? Vinegar, a little bit of soap, and is it salt and some bleach or just bleach, soap, and vinegar? But anyway, you spray that around there, and apparently it'll kill like the weeds and stuff, like on the front fence line and around trees, without damaging the plants. Like it doesn't make it like the whole
Again later.
bad soil.
Before he goes to bed, he's going to take you out, but I'm not taking you out. All right, sorry.
No, no worries.
Holy crap. You've been live 3.5 hours. And I've
Well,
been
the
up.
one fire is back. The one's done. Just got this one's on the tail end.
Well,
Yeah, the sucky
I
part
would.
is now I can't jam with music right now because the missus is sleeping and she got work tomorrow. Otherwise, I'd just play some music or something, sit out here. But I'll just have to sit here and listen to Mother Nature's all these crickets singing.
Well, I tell you, I enjoy the time that I do get to spend with you. It's nowhere near enough like it used to be, but
Oh, good. I'm
unfortunately,
glad you're doing good.
well, I'm alive. I don't, like I said, maybe another 5, 10 years, but that's probably the most I'm going to get out of me.
Well, you're here till you're not, and you just try to be a good person while you're here. That's all you can do.
I just want to be me. That's all.
Well, hopefully that's a good person.
I think it's a good person. Other people don't think so, but I am true to myself, and I am who I am. So,
Well, I guess I think you're all right so far. Because damn it, that log just running away. It's a rebellious little fucker.
it does not want to stay in one place, does it?
No, it is not liking. It will not comply. Damn it! I'm gonna have to go get all the Thorian with it.
You're gonna have to go tell
Or
it that what is it? Resistance is futile.
I'm gonna go pull out my Trump shovel on it, and I'm gonna make it comply. Because I'm a dictator. I'm a king and authoritarian. Erg.
That's funny.
Not really. I'm just gonna go put the thing back up there, and we'll just try it again.
And
But it sounded
it will do what it likes to do, and that's
good, right?
pull away.
All right. Are you fixing to leave, by the way?
And I'll probably wait until you fix your log.
Okay.
Talk a couple more minutes.
Roger that. I will be back. Hoorah.
Oh shit! I forget. I didn't even see Lisa leave. Independent many. I did. I didn't see you the whole 3.5 hours. And hello, Stuart. I don't know which Stuart you are, but hello. Don't know if it's the Stuart that I know. Yeah, independent many. I had to go over to YouTube so I could see your full name, as the streaming thingy that he uses, your name is truncated. So, there we go. I guess you can expand the live and learn. Ah, you flattened it out. There you go. That might work better. Yeah, I remember when no dos. Man, you used to live off of no. I would live off of no dos. Yeah, and Indy, I've kept track of you. I'm happy to see that the independent many that I knew that would not go live is actually hosting her own lives and actually talking on other people's panels.
There, a little bit better view. I've been here off and on when India was dozing. Not the me you know speaker person. What? Nothing. Not the me you know. What is that? I don't. Is that a cryptic message?
I don't know, but it looks like the fact that you decided to flatten out the mound, that's probably going to keep that log from slipping.
Well, that was the method to the madness.
Well, at least it wasn't the madness to the method.
That's it.
So yeah, I actually went out and I actually got my engine detailed and nice and clean. And I'm gonna tell you what, for being a 10-year-old vehicle, that is the cleanest engine bay I've ever owned. I mean, I could almost eat off of that.
Oh, damn. Well, that's a good sign.
A clean engine is a happy engine.
Well, if the engine compartment is kept up like that, then, kind of gives you stand to reason that the rest would be,
Well,
you
I
know,
mean, my truck's not too bad. I mean, there's still some things I need to do. I need to replace the headliner and have the seats recovered just because the previous owner, and there are some rock chips in the paint. A good paint job would not hurt my truck at all. But I mean, it's a fairly decent looking truck. I mean, I would have to put it above average, which ain't too bad, for what's considered a cheap throwaway truck by Ford.
oh, no, that'd be, I can't believe I hadn't even seen that in Kiss Off. I bet you she done passed out or something, or she done bailed on me.
Yeah, I think she done took off a while ago.
Here she complains that I need to go live, and then she doesn't even stick around.
Yeah,
I tell you.
I've been watching you. You've been going live quite a bit.
Uh, Here and there.
I mean, the chicken coop lasted a whole lot longer than the Sandlot did.
Well, yeah. Well, and chicken coop's still over there. I don't know, man. There was so much that kind of I don't know. I just had some learning to do, and then I did it, and then here we are. That's kind of where I'm at with it. There was, it was my digital social platform lesson, and I learned it, and it's like, okay, I got you.
Well, see,
I
that's
see
kind of
where
how
we're
it
at.
was when I was doing my quail too. It was like, you know what? Let's just jump in head first and make some mistakes. And I raised many quail. I ate quail eggs to where I won't eat another quail egg in my life. I've had more than my share of quail to eat. I'm done with quail.
I don't even have to try them to know that that shit ain't for me. They're just too small. Ain't enough meat on the bone. The juice ain't worth the squeeze.
Well, I mean, kind of yes and kind of no. I mean, since they're
Dude, I don't even
prolific.
like cracking a dozen eggs for some potato salad, much less I got to crack 36 because they're quail eggs now.
Okay, no,
I mean,
okay, I understand that, but the quail themselves, because they are quite prolific at breeding. I mean, you can fry up a whole mess load without even realizing it. But like you said, there's very little meat, so you do have to fry up a mess load.
well, see, and I'm not like you when it's chicken. I'm not a chicken wing person. I'm not a drumstick person. Don't give me that trash shit. That's what you give to the food. That's what the kitty table gets the drumsticks. I'm a breast or thigh, or I'm done with that bird. Well,
Oh no, I'm
quail
all
ain't got they ain't got much meat. So
I'm all over the chicken legs. Oh, the drumsticks.
now, when
I'm
I was a
all about
kid, that's yeah. But one, oh no, man, not now. It's like no. To me, a drumstick is like a big sign of disrespect. It's like what? I'm not worthy of actually the legitimate meat. The breast or the thigh.
now the breast and the thigh I'll eat. I mean, when I eat, it's more for enjoyment, and I enjoy the going back to the childhood and playing with the drumsticks and all that stuff. Yeah, it gives me a warm fuzzy inside.
Well,
I'm
hey,
not gonna lie.
as long as it works. For me, a big old bucket of KFC drumsticks would be like PTSD moment or some shit.
That would be like somebody telling you go f off.
Oh man, I remember when I was a kid, my mom and dad they got divorced. My mom was kind of doing her drinking thing, and so she was having a moment, and then she would kind of go off on these little binges with son. For a little while, it's like that's what she would do. She would stop by a KFC and she would get a big bucket of the chicken legs, drumsticks, and then she would get a big tub of the mashed potatoes and a tub of gravy, and she would bring it home and stick it in the fridge, and then that's what I would pretty much exist off of for a couple of days.
Huh.
And that went for a little bit, and then we got started getting sober and changed and things. So it was just for a little bit, but yeah, man. Ever since that, dude, I see that bucket of red and white, and it's like, oh man, this is like flashbacks.
No, the one thing I do like about KFC, not the mashed potatoes, not the gravy. I'm not really a big fan of the biscuits either. But that coleslaw, now that's some good slaw.
Well, see, and I like on the Kentucky Fried Chicken. I always love the crust and stuff, so I like the other parts of the chicken even after I grew up. But it's just I'm a breast or thigh person that can't do them drumsticks, and I personally do not even understand the concept of wings. Why somebody wants to gnaw on some bone, I have no idea. But there is like shit on that wing. No wonder they fake created it now, and they just make little chunks of meat and go Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah, there you go. Sure, because the actual wing part is like I don't why. You might as well just made you a little crusty bath or something with some of the crust, the flour and stuff, because there ain't nothing but bone there.
Well, when I eat wings, I do like my wings. Don't get me wrong. My barbecue wings, but I don't like them when they're breaded. I like the baby chicken with the skin and just the skin. Skin, meat, and bone. No bread, thanks. And
So you
I
don't bread
like,
them up with nothing.
nope, just throw them in the fryer, let them fry up, drain off the excess, and then either some hot sauce or barbecue sauce or whatever I decide at the moment. I don't like breaded things that much.
Let's see if I can show this. Look at that.
Oh, what is that? The moon?
Yep. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm right down here.
oh, there you are. I
Yeah,
saw the
I
whites
turned
of
around.
your eyes.
This other little light that's right here, these are the two flagpoles. So they're not
Ah,
UFOs or anything. No aliens are fixing to beam me up. These are actually the flagpole lights.
actually, I like the moon.
But man, does that look pretty cool?
Yeah, it does.
That's a big, bright looking thing.
Oh man, what was I? I was just thinking something and I totally forgot.
That totally looks cool.
Oh, planning out the next part of the truck, which I guess I'm gonna put a drawer system in the bed. Go get me some 2x10s tomorrow after work. Couple sheets of plywood this weekend, and should have a pretty decent drawer system.
There you go. I was trying to scroll back. Wow, I guess Kiss Off been gone for a while.
Yeah,
Which I think just about everybody is. There's 6 people here.
well, there's 6 people that show. I don't think there's 6 people here.
Yeah. Well, dang, I can't believe Kiss Off just bailed on me. Didn't even tell me night or bye or nothing. She went over to another channel and got hung up. And here she's. Wait, is this one of these moments where I should get all mad because there was no loyalty and you weren't just didn't stick in here with me? And I see. Oh, look, she come back long enough to hear me catch the end, and that's she gonna try to be like she's been here this whole time. Watch.
That sounds like Kiss Off.
I was just wondering if you're still here. Conversation had kind of died off. I noticed in chat, and so then it was like, well, I don't know. Which that's why, man. Here today, I know there's some people that are interested in how things are going. So that's really about the only reason I stream things anymore because I have become so taboo, man. I guess I'm like the cooties, man. The very people who used to talk with me don't talk openly no more, and it's like, okay, that's cool, I guess, man. Whatever works.
You're not taboo. You're just an acquired taste. I'm taboo.
Well, it's funny because I get accused of judging them while they're judging me. Isn't that? I mean, that just I find the ironicness of it. It's like no, I just if that makes me an asshole because I just want to see some more valid shit or I don't agree with that, there's just you can't disagree anymore. You either are in or you're stupid. You don't know enough. And I'm like, man, I've just done so much in my life, and to think that there was a moment I used to try to defend this and then go back. No, I don't give a shit, dude. I've realized that there's so many people who ain't even began to walk a mile in my shoes. So I haven't seen what I've seen, know what I know, done what I've done. So it's whatever.
Well, I think
So it's a
that's
different take. But
I
I've
think
just
that's what
noticed that
everybody.
there's just I'm taboo to talk to. Apparently, I've seen it. Just there's people you can watch it. I don't know. It's what it is. What it is.
You're either part of the clique or you're part of the problem. One of the two.
Oh well, see,
And
I'm part of the problem because I'm not part of the clear.
exactly. And people are more than happy to judge you. And instead of, I don't judge. I try not to judge, as it
Oh, dude,
says.
everybody gets mad at stuff and doesn't like something somebody does, and I get that. I mean that's cool. That's human. But this whole, I
I,
don't
I
know.
get I get upset with people with what they say and what they do, but yeah, you know what you say, what you do, it may piss me off, but it's not. I'm still not going to not respect you for you. I mean, you are
Oh,
your
that's what it does
individual.
to me. To me, it's the cowardness of things. I guess you could say, although that does sound really harsh, but I guess it's because to put on the fake facade. That's I don't see. I don't like the fake shit, dude. That's not everybody likes everybody, and that's okay. You ain't got to shit talk everybody, kind of thing. But the whole, I don't know, man. I just don't like the fake shit. And there's so much because it's a digital world. You can be whatever you want to be.
Yeah,
I mean, you can. This is the. I guess you could say the actor's playground.
pretty much.
Oh yeah,
And
you can.
I mean, there's people I see that even come up on on yours that, well, I'll sit in the background and yeah, I'm not gonna go up there just because one, I just want to avoid any issues. But I'm like, yeah, they're fake as fuck. But then
Well,
again,
and
that's
you know
my
what? I get it.
opinion.
See, I can understand because there's people that I don't. I prefer not to listen to. You know, and there's people. Oh my God, who is that one dude? Tito, some shit. Oh my God, that dude. I just
I don't
hearing him.
even
But see, I know that
know
there's people that do like him, and so I get it. And but just because, like, I don't knock anybody. Do you, boo?
that. Like I said, in my interactions with you, you've been probably one of the truest persons I've ever met.
I
And
just, and I really, that was my biggest moment. I came on here, and believe it or not, and I talked about this actually not long ago, and I think I said that. And I recognize, dude, even in my age and everything I've been through, this was like my junior high moment. Because even though I had been on the internet since it's pretty much been around, I mean, but it was I stopped participating in, I used to just beta test products all the way up until about the release of Facebook. And then I got out of all that. So, and then I didn't participate in any of the social things. The only reason I even got involved with Facebook was computer customers would talk about having JavaScript problems playing this game. So then I got a Facebook just so I'd see these games. Other than that, man, and then so I just kind of it was looking stuff up. It was like it was I guess what they call the Internet 1.0. You know, I literally when you'd to put in the web address of somebody, like people had their own websites, and so you'd
Right.
go look this up and look that up, and it wasn't so concentrated like it is. And
Well,
but
while you think of your words for a minute, Huck, you're so full of it. I'm up here and you're still here, so you're full of it. And he said, "Yeah, I'll leave a
I'll leave it
channel
there.
if they let a dumbass up there."
See, and but
Well,
well, and
that's a
I
lie
get that.
because I'm still up here and he's still
Well,
here.
and I can see that's what I was going to say. See, I can get that if that person is like doing that rhetoric, but if you're not having maybe that narrative of conversation, but I have. Oh yeah, man. Trust me. I used to even get messages back in the day if I talked to certain people and other than people, I would get the messages going, man, you shouldn't have them on panel. You know that what? And it's because that's why I used to tell people going, look, man, whatever happened to some other channel, I don't know shit about, and I ain't involved in none of that crap. And that's why I used to say that because I get these things about people, and you just
Yeah,
realize. But that's what I was going to say with the thing is, dude, I was so gullible whenever I came into this, and to be honest, and and I'm not saying this was everybody or nothing, but it's just some of the experience, dude. It's like I think I was literally depressed and lonely to the part to where I overlooked things. And I just assumed when people acted a lot friendly that they were friendly. And it's just like there's so many people that I talked with even off the stream and I shared with and talked and then they just to put it bluntly, they just turned their back on me. And so then you kind of realize, well, then I felt kind of juvenile and I felt naive. And then I felt kind of embarrassed and ashamed in a way because I'm like, dude, I'm 60 years old. I just got played. How did I get played? I don't get played. Well, see, because I usually don't in a real life scenario. You can kind of read it and I veer from it and I kind of see it. But the digital world's different because, like, if I read a text, I can read it however I want to take it. So if I like want to assume, hell, Huckleberry could insult the shit out of me. But if I'm not thinking that way, then I might look at what he says and think, oh, check him out, he's just jabbing at me. Well, other people might know that, oh no, he was really just slapping you upside the face. You just because, but I felt that way. I felt like
yeah.
kind of like,
Well,
and I because I just really wanted to get along with him. And I thought it was cool, man. Look at all this. I got these people to talk to. This is kind of cool. Wow, check it out. Yeah, hey, and everybody's saying hell yeah, and it's like, wow, greeting. Okay, cool. And I didn't realize just how false and fluffy smoke a mirror that really is.
oh no,
And
I
when
get it.
you've got if I've got a channel. See, here's what I've realized being the creator. People will say it's kind of like around here. Matter of fact, my in-laws don't like me for shit. But if we run into each other at a Walmart because it's out in public and they don't want to put that persona on because I haven't done anything. They have their own personal reasons. And so, but they'll play it off and it puts them in a weird, that's what happens here. There's people
Yeah.
that don't like me and I know they even come here. They don't like me, but it's the other people that come here in the chat. And that's fine. As long as you can be respectful, I really don't care. Just welcome to my here. It's like, welcome to my little fire pit, you know?
Yeah. And Huck, I'm not the person to stand around and look like an idiot. I will definitely remove my foot and remove all doubt. And second, you say I stick my foot in my mouth from time to time. Bullshit. I do it all the time. I do it so much. I've got athlete's tongue. But I know from the beginning back when I first ran across you, when Sandbox was maybe on episode 10. No, I saw the depression, and I I've never tried to be phony with you. I've always had nothing but respect for you.
Oh well, thank you. And I've never bullshitted nobody. I mean, it's like, and I've even told people that have gotten upset with me that then like stopped talking. Man, if I do something, why don't you talk to me? And then that's when it kind of really got me, is because you just realize the age of a lot of people, and you go, holy shit, dude,
Well, not the
really?
age, the mental age. I
Well,
mean,
but see,
I've seen people 60, 70, 80 years old with the mental age of a freaking 2-year-old.
oh well, yeah,
And don't worry, Huck, you're at least 3 or 4 years mental. Just to throw him some shit.
you'll graduate one day.
Maybe.
I don't know, man. And that's been the, if I could do some YouTube lessons learned thing, it would be like, look, go easy, you know, don't get caught up, because you're going to see what you want to see. So if you kind of come into this wanting to, then you're going to see it until you're fully vested. And then it is what it is. And I think that is what bothers me, is and people I don't care. People make comments. I hear about these comments sometimes, and it's like, I don't give a shit, dude. It's like the whole weak thing and man thing, and it's like, dude, you don't even begin to know. Use damn words. Don't have a clue what I've done in life or nothing. But to me, it was literally, it was real hurtful too, because there were people that, man, I spent hours talking with on the phone, sharing personal shit. Not so much that, it's not like I don't share personal shit here to the whole damn world, because I mean, I just me, so I ain't a creator. I just I'm a redneck in the woods that gets online and talks a line of shit. So but to just, there were, man, you vested, and then just like a light switch just went bloop, and it's like, uh, wait, what? And then to just, but I connect that to the real world, and I see it. I guess my hardest part is seeing the real world that would have never happened, because I would have seen that from a mile away. That's how I avoid that kind of shit. But on here, man, it was so easy. And now I actually feel bad, because sometimes I feel like I'm so cynical now that I might kind of give a cold shoulder to some people. And it's like not going live like I used to. That's not everybody's fault. Oh, there's a good bunch of people that I enjoy talking with, and they come. But then there's just, I don't know, man. It's like,
Yeah,
once you
after a
get
while.
shot, man, you start getting a little gun shy from shit. You hear it go off, you duck a little bit more. And so,
After a while, people tend to show their true colors.
oh yeah, most definitely, most definitely. But the sad part is when you see people that you respected, you liked, you cared for, however you want to wrap that up, but that they just go with it, and then it's kind of like, wow, ain't that some shit? And did not see that coming, you know. And but it is what it is. Now I just try to learn, because this isn't, there's people that, you know, there's people that have been with me from the beginning. Scat Pack, Kiss Off. Well, Kiss Off, not so much from the beginning, but here right after the beginning, damn near. Huckleberry from the beginning.
Well, I've been with you since close to the beginning. I mean,
Hey, there's somebody
I
that makes a song that has that phrase in it. Boy, ain't that some shit. Who's
I
that little
came.
black dude?
I'm not sure.
Who is that? Damn, who is that black dude? I can never. CeeLo Green. That's it.
Uh,
CeeLo Green.
But I mean, I've been around. I
Ain't
mean, I've
that
been
some shit?
around. I haven't really. There's a long time where I was just sitting off, lurking in the background, not saying anything. But
Oh yeah, no, I don't mean nothing like that. It's just like just saying their names doesn't mean they were the only ones, kind of thing. It's just that,
oh no,
and
I
then
get
there's
it.
because there's other names that have been since the beginning, but then got the cold shoulder, and then you're kind of like, oh wow, that's why I'm saying I tried to make sense because I know it sounds probably people go, oh, what a pussy man, but I really just try to get along with everybody. I really do. I mean, dude, I've had so much punch you in your face kind of life that I'm done with that. I mean, I really would look at, as a matter of fact, you can ask people around. I literally would go, man, don't fuck with me. Please just leave me alone because I don't want to have to punch you in the face. But if you keep fucking with me, I'm going to punch you in the face. Can you just back off and leave me alone? That's usually my approach to any ongoing coming of the conflict because I'm done with that, dude. I did that for so long. I don't want no more of that shit. And so
Yeah,
all these
peace
people that
out.
are into this shit, it's like, yeah, well, maybe you just ain't had enough of it. I don't know what the hell just fell on me, but I don't know. And so now I don't, but I try not to be cynical because that's how I'm trying to find a balance, a happy balance.
Well, it's hard for me not to be cynical, and that's more due to my job than anything.
Man, I try to people, but people make it hard.
Matter of fact, me and my supervisor were chatting about that earlier. It's like, I don't mind giving people a hand up. I really don't. But god damn it, don't come up and ask me for a handout.
Well, you didn't really have to say that particular word, but okay.
Well, sorry.
Oh, well, it's
But yeah,
but that's the mentality nowadays. You know,
everyone wants a handout.
yep.
They don't
Oh, here's
want
that
to
song.
nobody
Check
wants
this
to
out.
research on their own. They don't want to learn anything. They don't want to educate themselves. They think just because they read something online somewhere that it must be absolute truth.
Oh, Indy have to run. Much love. All right, Indy, take care. Get you some rest. Although I think it's still early for her, so I don't know. She's going to bed. For me, it's one, but I think it's what 11.
Yeah,
But
it's
be
11.
careful. Make tomorrow a good day. Hopefully, the
Yeah,
kids are having fun. I didn't. I forgot to ask her if they were already, which they're homeschooled anyway. Never mind. Around here,
yeah,
there's everybody's out.
yeah. It's actually getting close for me to, well, sometime within the next hour, I gotta get some
Here's
sleep.
that song.
No,
Some
I'm
shit.
just, work has made me so cynical and just emotionally tired. But I can definitely tell you right now that the
Ain't that some
economy is
shit?
not doing very good out here.
Do what?
I said the economy, our local economy, is not doing so good.
Oh, a lot. Any of these economies that are like connected to these liberal cities and stuff, where that's their main transportation hubs and stuff. That's like with California, it's gonna be they're gonna have the shitty economy. It's like states up around Virginia, and their economy is gonna be because those
Well,
cities got those travel ways, those waterways.
we're
That's
here.
the one blessing we got down here is we got the whole coast, so we've got the port isn't necessarily like liberally controlled.
I'm pretty much in a very conservative state for the most part. I mean, not nothing
I'm
like
sorry, did you not say you
Texas,
live
but
in Arizona?
yeah.
Okay, Arizona, your Katie Hobbs literally stole her
Well,
election.
Well,
and
exactly.
and then turn around and change laws to cover it up and to hide it. And it's like, yeah, I used to be behind Sonny and all them, and then it's like, how are you letting that happen?
We're not letting it. No,
Well, no, they just stop. They stop grinding. It's like you don't see like they're coming. Not because nobody stops. Everybody stops screaming. All the Sonny Morales and who was the other? There's quite a few little things, and I watched them, and it's like now Carrie Lake, she still goes at it. She's still trying to bring to justice to that whole stolen shit. But
she hasn't. She hasn't lost steam yet. She hasn't been knocked on the head enough yet.
that it's just like people. What was it? There was some dude that was saying how uh, California is supposedly like one of the largest Republican states, and I was like, "Are you on drugs?" You know. Of course, I wasn't actually talking to the person. I was listening, but so I didn't get no answer. But and and I'm like, I get it. Where there's if you individually ask people, about conservative values, then they might sound like they're conservative. But if you don't even believe that your vote matters, then I mean, are you even a conservative at that point because you're not doing anything? And so, because that's where the masses need to go. It's like state legislative. You know, that's what Trump, I think, is trying to get people to wake up to. You know, get
Yeah.
involved with your state legislative. That's like the FEMA. That's why it's not that he wants to turn FEMA off and not help anybody. What he wants to do is he wants to get federal government out of everybody's business and go, hey, how about you have a disaster in your state. We're going to give your governor X amount of dollars that he might need, and he can distribute that to help his own state because it's his state. He ought to know how to fix it. And it's kind of like, wow, that almost like makes sense or something.
Well, yeah.
You know,
I'm just
it's
more. I'm just more into my local government than I am anything outside. So, things that happen in Apache Junction or Tempe, Peoria,
well,
Phoenix,
yeah,
Chandler,
I
Gilbert,
could
those
see
not
your
worrying me.
county, but it should be your county and then your state legislative body because that's like your county directly affects you, but the
Well,
state legislative body directly affects the county.
right now I'm working just with my city, just within my. I gotta take baby steps. So I'm
Oh,
starting with my
else. Well, see,
city
that was
first.
there. There's the first thing. The step to me would be to remove from the city limits to when then it's don't have to deal with the city.
Kiss off. Why would you offer Pepsi? Man, Pepsi is disgusting. Offer something decent like Dr. Pepper.
I don't know. Maybe Huckleberry likes Pepsi.
Well, nobody ever said Huckleberry had good taste.
Maybe he's a Pepsi taco kind of guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I
doubt
have
it.
actually. I know of somebody. He's been my friend for hell 30 years, and he's the last one actually alive still. And that's dude. He drinks Pepsi religiously. He'll
Huh.
drink it cold. He'll drink it warm. He'll drink it the next day warm. He don't care. He wakes up. And I used to be that way with Dr. Pepper
That's the
until
way
I
I am
stroked
with
out.
Dr. Pepper.
And once I stroked out, I decided, you know what? Yeah, there's something to this whole little health thing. So, okay, we'll get off the sugars. We'll get off all the carbonated. So, the kids used to laugh at me, going, "Man, if you were to poke my dad, he'll spew Dr. Pepper because it was either coffee or Dr. Pepper. Everybody
Doc,
else would be drinking Gatorade and water during the day out in the heat, sweating. I'm like, no, I'd take my Dr. Pepper, suck
Dr.
it on
Pepper
down.
is Dr. Pepper is my favorite, and when I do drink it, I don't drink it nowhere near like I used to. When I do drink it, it's zero sugar Dr. Pepper. And then mainly my big kick lately has been this zero sugar mango energy drink that they have at 7-Eleven. and then peach tea. No sugar, zero sugar added peach tea. Other than coffee, those are my three main drinks right now. And I feel much better when I'm drinking those.
Man, I drink water, I drink coffee, and then every now and then on her way home, she'll stop by the Sonic down in town as she's leaving work, and I get a triple shot blackberry flavoring with water. And
See,
then that's I like the blackberry because it's a sweet, but it doesn't have no sugar in it. So
coffee I only drink during the day when I'm working, and that's just because I need something hot to keep me awake. And I've grown up with the taste. I mean, I've been drinking coffee since I was 8 years old. So
oh,
I'm
me
just
too. That's coffee. Don't even get me awake. Hell, I just got through drinking a thermos coffee, sitting out here doing this, and I've drank coffee sitting there on the nightstand. We'll watch a movie. We used to sit in bed and watch a movie. I drink coffee and then roll over and go to sleep.
yeah, I would drink a
That shit
pot or
got no
two
effect on
right
me.
before bed.
And I drink it. I'm straight up black too. I
Yeah,
don't add no sugar, cream. I don't. I laugh and say if I want to drink a dessert, then I'll get a dessert.
right. But yeah, coffee doesn't. That's just normal drinking for me.
I used to drink a whole lot more coffee, and then I finally realized one day that it's not going to be good on my kidneys because it's a diuretic, and I think that's the appropriate word. I don't know.
Yeah, well, diuretic, it'll affect your rear end.
Well, it absorbs the moisture,
Yeah, and it'll give
and
you.
well, it draws the moisture out of your bowels, so
Yes,
it'll
and
you
right
don't
into the
absorb
toilet.
as much nutrients and stuff, and so that's when that. And she also backed me off on some. Hell, dude, I used to fill that basket up when we met. I didn't give a shit if that basket was 3 inches thick. I'd have filled that thing 3 inches deep. And finally, after we had been together, she goes, "Well, you sure go through a lot of coffee." So she started putting in like just 4 scoops, and I adapted.
My
Now I'm
doctor
totally
told
cool with
me,
it.
and he told me, look, cut off because I kept complaining about uh liquid coming out of the orifice that it shouldn't be coming out of. It should be all dry. And he goes, stop drinking coffee. Just start drinking water. Well, I stopped drinking coffee for about 2 months and drank nothing but water. And well, now I'm back on coffee, but I'm not having the same problems I was.
Oh yeah. Well, see, that's no, I don't get the runs. Matter of fact, if I drink too much coffee, I know it's not really a constipation. It's just that it's like the moisture gets absorbed,
Well, see, I
and
was just due to
I
the
can
amount.
feel it in my intestines and stuff. So
I mean, I
I
would
still
drink.
drink a damn pot and a half, 2 pots a day. So it's not like I don't drink any.
I was drink.
Today,
I was drinking 2 to 3 pots an hour.
well, I don't
So
even know how. Well, then you got to drink. Well, you were must have been drinking cold coffee.
no, no, was. I had the coffee pot on my desk, and I just did nothing but that's
So
all
you,
I didn't
so
drink water. I never drank water,
hey, what's up,
not by
Roni?
itself.
So you were making 12 cup pot of coffee, then you were drinking that pot of coffee, and then making another one and drinking it, and all that within an hour, and
Yeah,
sometimes 3 times. I mean, just the timing, Ray, would mean that you were just drinking it hot straight out the thing, so that then you could pour it back in the
pretty
pot to
much.
start making the next one, and then just doing the.
Did you know
So,
on the top of the little carfe for the coffee pot, there's a tiny little hole, and I found out what that tiny little hole was for. Is to stick a straw in. I mean, I literally was going through way, way, way too much coffee.
oh no, I get that. I thought the exaggeration of the two or
I,
three
I
pots an hour, and it's like, well, okay, well, that's. I mean, you got to at some point the math overlaps itself, so it's like,
I'm not over exaggerating that. I mean, I literally sat down and did it and kept track, and it was anywhere from 2 to 3. Sometimes there was three. Most of the time it was two. Occasionally, late at night, it was only one pot, and one pot would last me all night long. But for the most part, during the daytime, especially while at work, I was going through 2 pots an hour.
That's pretty definitely excessive. Because I mean, I've done 2 pots, a couple hours. Then in a couple hours, I'll do another pot. So I mean, I've done like in a day, hell, 4 or 5 pots of coffee. I mean, but because I also working and moving and you peeing, you got to take the time of making the coffee and you breathing, and there's just a lot that's.
Yeah, I always had a coffee on my lips, a cup sitting there right on my lips. Claimant would ask something, I would say something, then take a sip, say something again. Excuse me. Say something again, take another sip. I was just literally constantly drinking coffee. I mean, I'm nowhere near as bad as what I was, but yeah, I think I still need to cut back a lot more.
Well, as long as you don't take away the nutrients that your body needs.
No, well,
That's the
I gotta
coffee.
get.
Because coffee, I don't have a problem with coffee, and I don't know. I guess it depends on if you get grounds or something that might have shit on it. But coffee itself, I don't think is bad for you. I think it's just like kind of like it's weird because see, the Bible talks about gluttony, and once again, if you look at coffee, I don't think it's bad unless you do it in excess, and then I guess it could get bad for you because
Oh, I was
that's
definitely in
I know I
excess,
feel better after I cut back. Sometimes
right?
I've won a pot at night and I'll just go ahead and skip it because I'm like, I done had enough. So I have to kind of check myself. But yeah, I don't know, man. There's just some amount of coffee.
Now with the heat,
And then I used to be a cigarette. Now I just hit my vape because I just, I don't know, smell of cigarettes, something else.
yeah, I need to switch over to a vape just so I can try to cut down my nicotine. I just
Well,
don't
I know
know
I
what
just,
vape pen to buy or anything like that.
huh?
Well, all these vape pens out there, there's some that are good, some that are crap, and I haven't done anything with the vape since they first came out, so I don't know what I'm doing with them now. I mean,
Well, yeah.
when they first came out, I was mixing my own fluid.
Well, my recommendation is you got to go and just check out some vape shops. I mean, because it just depends on what works for you. But
And well, see,
and
that's the
then
other thing here.
me
Vape
here lately,
shop.
this nowadays I do this thing called the fogger because well, it's this little piece right here, and you can actually you got the battery part, and then you get the juice. So these are only like $14, and then you can put that on, and different flavors. So for me, it's the handiness. I used to do the drip thing and the tanks and the coils, and these things are like, you know what, simplicity. There you go. Now, Mike Hudson Valley, he does, I don't know what brand name it is, but he does that thin, slimline stuff. And it apparently is good for him. He likes it.
Huh.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if that's the jewels or what.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be getting involved with no throwaways things. So, but there's a lot of things I like right now. I've been on a sugar kick. Anything sugar
Oh, well, hell.
or bread related has been my whole thing. Which
What, to
I've got to
not
get.
eat it?
I definitely have to change that up.
Oh, yeah, man. Sugar is like number one bad thing ever. That was an epiphany moment. Smoking was one thing because I sleep so much better and all that. And the missus even noticed that. But the sugar, dude, when the intestinal thing kicked in and I had to do chicken noodle soup and that was it for 2 years, then oh man, what an eye opener of just how bad sugar is. And now I can really feel it. That's why I can do a little bit of bowl of ice cream, bam, go to sleep. I can feel the effect of just hell, some bread. She gets like that Hawaiian bread. Oh man, I can feel it now. I can feel that sugar in my body, and it's like, man, what an evil little thing. Now the natural sugar doesn't affect me that way. Like I take the honey and add it in for some stuff to sweeten like oatmeal or something. Then that's not bad. But oh man, sugar, the white just cane sugar. Oh no, isn't vaping the same as smoking? Well, now according to the law, they made it sound the same, but it's completely different principles. I mean, just in the simple mechanics of smoking a cigarette means you are burning a product and you are smoking
Vaping,
the
you're
the
using.
smoke off of the burning product, where vaping is creating a vapor by heating up a liquid that creates into steam. So it's a
Well,
totally different concept.
well, not only that, but it's a whole lot less chemicals entering your body.
Well, but I mean, even if you grew tobacco and you
You're
chop the leaves
scraping,
up
yeah.
and roll it, you're still burning. And so you're
Well,
burning
yeah.
something and breathing the exhaust off of the product
Well, there's also more
versus,
chemicals in tobacco than there is in a vape pen. In a vape pen, you have your glycol based uh, fluid, and then you have nicotine. Those are the only two things that are in it. In a cigarette, you have nicotine, you have u- urea, you have so many other different chemicals in there.
well, it's basically gas combustion over an electric. So you're basically literally burning a product, breathing in the fumes from it.
Yeah,
And you're not burning a vape, you're just heating up and it's a moisture.
yeah.
And it's like people complain about the vaping, and yet the nicotine in the vapes is a medical grade nicotine. And so that's a cleaner version. And then I love the whole antifreeze that's in it. And it's like, oh, you mean that same ingredient that's in your ice cream and thousands of other products? Yeah.
Mm.
I used to have I got folders actually, probably still in there on one of the drives somewhere. I used to do those big battles back when we had the vape shop, like
So
10
yeah,
years ago.
you know just as you know a little bit more than I do, and I'm pretty smart in regards to vape, and I know what glycol is, and I know the difference between food grade glycol and industrial glycol,
Well, it's
and
just like
I'm
everything else. It's just it's been picked on because of tax dollars and
oh yeah.
making regulations. But it's you can have people that make chicken shit stuff, just like you can have somebody that
Oh, I'll
gives
be
you the
right back.
shittiest cut of meat and calls it a T-bone. And no, this is quality steak versus somebody that actually cuts a quality piece of meat. Well, this you can have people that actually understand, use the basic natural food grade, medical grade components to make this and process it and do it all healthy and right. Or you can come up with the bathtub crank version of people that just fucking throw shit together and they go, there you go. And, of course, it's easy to highlight those going, oh, look, it's so bad. It's like the popcorn lung thing, dude. I mean, it's all the stories. And I used to be, it's just like at the beginning of CASA, I was part of that, the whole advocacy thing, because of the fighting and beginning of it. It's just like my vape shop we went through the whole flavoring thing and we had to put up the, 18 and can't let nobody in, went through all that shit, the regulations. And I get it, and I love it that once again, this shows you the society. So you'll get people in unison to dogpile on vaping. Why? Because it was an alternative to smoking. And it's like, yeah. It's like, well, why didn't these same people that dogpiled vaping didn't already dogpile on smoking? Because we've known that to be bad for decades. and decades, but it's because you're being told by the media how bad the vape is. Sick 'em, boys. Why? Because the corporation that pumps out cigarettes. And it's
was
like, wait a
earning a
minute, these
lot of
people are
money.
making juices and stuff at home and they're making homemade vapes and they're getting mods from China. We can't regulate this. Oh shit, wait a minute, what do you mean? And and so then the best thing they could do was to go, hey, you know what? We just need to make regulations and we'll call vaping smoking. And it's
Yeah,
nowhere near the same thing. It's like there is no such fucking thing as secondhand vape. It's just you're not gonna get that. It's not possible. And yet that's the mentality behind it is this vape is supposedly as bad as smoking. And it's like, what?
which is funny because they've actually done studies with even as late back or early as what the 40s and 50s, where they had orphanages and they would do fogging with that glycol, and found that the orphans had a lower rate of respiratory illnesses than those that were not treated with the fog.
Man, it's like everything else. It's in moderation. You're gonna take a vape. If you have a cold or you've got sinus shit, it's no different than you shouldn't be smoking cigarettes
Yeah,
neither. So you
I
shouldn't be
think right.
smoking your vape. I mean, it is, and then people want to go, well, it's just as bad, man. Technically, yeah, if you're putting anything that's not natural in your body, then that's not a good thing. But as far as let's get factual about what's worse or better, I mean, you got 4,000 plus chemicals on in that tobacco product,
Exactly what I was
and
getting
it's
at.
a carcinogen that you're going to actually be breathing this in, which is different than this vape.
See, right now with
And let's
me,
see, what is this? A single dose vape with a 20 milligram nicotine strength and a 2 millimeter illy is roughly equivalent to one pack of 20 cigarettes. I'm not quite sure of the figure on that there, Kiss Off, but you know what I would say? Because here's what I'm going to tell you, though, because, we'll go with, and we're not going to go into nicotine strength because that shit varies depending on the person when they buy it. They can buy different strength levels. But the 2 milliliters of e liquid, so we're clear, just so we're clear. So, and this is the funny part. So that 2 milliliters of liquid, that one pack of 20 cigarettes lasts a week. So it depends. But no, it's not. Because you can get some hardcore shit. Hell, I had an old pipeliner that used to come in ours, and son, that old man got tobacco flavoring, and that son of a gun got 18 nick, and they used to be like, son. And he even loved the little pin style. Even when new ones came out and had a whole different mod choices, no, not wanted that pin style, and son. I did finally get him on that little Kanger sub tank. But that dude, man, an 18 nick tobacco flavor. And I was like, whoo, son. But see, he got the, and I'll tell you another thing I personally recommend if you go to start vaping, then what you do is when you start vaping, because you're going to cough,
oh yeah,
because this is now moisture going into what was basically soot and nicotine. So now you're going to put moisture and you're going to cough up shit. So I personally recommend you get in the damn shower in the evenings and you do some hot water and steam and you go ahead and you cough and spit that shit out as it comes. And as you're vaping and you go to cough and spit it out and you'll start clearing some shit out. And there's been scientific data that was done on this actually over in the fucking UK back in the day that our FDA refused to acknowledge, and that even became a big thing, part of the legal battle. I mean, is this like the cure all? No. Is this better than sticking chemicals like Nicorette and shit in your body? Is it
yep.
better than smoking cigarettes that have all them carcinogen chemicals and shit on it? Yeah. So if you can do this and it'll help you get off doing anything, that's what I would say. My biggest problem is the mixing of my my pipe and the vape because If I could just do the vape part, it'd be cool. But this awesomeness of living in Texas just makes things hard. Yeah, I'm kind of curious actually what to see comes up with that here soon. I don't know. Apparently, there's a time frame. If Abbott doesn't sign it, then I guess it goes into effect or something. He either vetoes it or signs it, and if he doesn't do either, then it still goes into effect. So I'm hoping he doesn't play that game because our lieutenant governor is trying to get rid of all products, and man,
Well,
different
next
vets,
year I'll be
first
going.
responders, and everybody use that, and it's crap.
I am going to call it a night.
All righty,
Well,
buddy. Have a
fun
good one,
talking
Ray.
with you. You have a good one, and we'll chat some other time.
All righty, sir. Make it a good day tomorrow. Appreciate you shooting the shit with me.
Hey, I look forward to tomorrow. It's a different day to fuck shit up in a different way.
There you go.
All right, you have a good one. Bye bye.
All righty, buddy. You too. Bye. Hey, Eric. Welcome back. He says, I can't effing sleep and I got to get up in 2.5 hours. Damn, Huckleberry, I vaped so much it started suffocating me. I had to move on from that too. Holy crap. What were you doing? The dripping and doing the big foggers and shit? Doing the big clouds? Were you that kind of vapor hook? I used to do that cloud thing when I first started, but then that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted something that made me feel like I was getting a deep hit. Now I just do the little puff, move on. If anything, it's just that I had something to do. Idle hands, all that good shit. Let's see how long I've been doing that. I'm coming up on 5 hours. What are we at? 1:30? Yeah. Just vape so much. Oh. Well, the flavors can get you. I'll say that. I catch myself sometimes with the flavors because you just kind of like getting the snacking on candy. You just keep hitting it. Weirdos. What channel did you come from, Money? Sounds like he got pushed out the door, and as he did, he was like, weirdos. So it's like, where did you come from? Or do we already know? $2.32. That's $1.33. It sounds like somebody heading out to work. Yeah. Slept with vape every time. Woke up, I took a puff. Yeah. Vape puts water in your lungs. Better off smoking. Where'd the water come from? Where'd the water come from? Who put the water in there? Don't be doing no vapes with water in them. That shit probably ain't good for you. I don't know. Well, y'all gonna be stuck. Yeah, it was kind of strange. I actually went over there, and hell, I didn't even. It's like I don't know. But then that's I get it, man. I just don't fit in. I'm kind of a I'm a what is that somebody told me? I'm an acquired taste. Vapor, moisture, basically water. Well, if that's the case, then when you take a breath of air, there's the humidity, so there's the moisture. Oh, the fire's almost down. Fire's almost down. Been at this 4 hours and dang near 45 minutes. Holy shamoly. And I wouldn't have thought I'd have been streaming at 1:30 in the morning, that's for sure. But I needed to get this stuff burnt in case the storms come rolling in, then this shit's done. I got all them boxes, they're done. And then I got the desk moved over on that other spot. I hope my plants ain't screwed up. I just realized that one light on my tomatoes. Hey, Huck, do you know much about growing tomatoes? So I got these little sprout things in those little trays. And out of the 16 tomato seedlings that I planted, what did we count? We counted six. Six of them sprouted. If I screw the light cycle up a day, it isn't going to mess them up. Like normally I would have cut that off. But since I'm out here, it stayed on. I just realized that. I saw that. I myself was surprised. I'm just, dude, I don't know. It's like me and the missus were talking, and, she's like, well, you ought to just ask. And it's like, well, I don't know. How do you ask that, dude? I mean, because if you gotta go and ask, do you even get the legitimate answer? You know? And so, I don't know. Should be all right. Okay. Yeah, because as soon as I go in there, I'll cut that off and give them a little break. I know at first I was worried. I was like, damn, man, you mean to tell me out of 16? But then all of a sudden this one shot up. And it was like, well, I guess one, man. But damn, man, 16. I was kind of hoping, thought there'd be more. And then sure enough, these other ones started to pop. Boop, 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 and got these two in the same little pod. And I'm going to let them go up. And I thought, man, I wonder if I can finagle them right. And then when I plant them, I'm gonna see if I can start training them to kind of grow and maybe grow and do a circle or something like that and intertwine. I don't know. Figured what the hell, man. I don't know. Just seeing if I can grow the damn things. So far, I have not had very good luck. Did have good luck with, I think it was the mustard greens. If I had had a bigger place for them, the potatoes totally sucked ass. That didn't turn out. Uh, all the other ones, hell, I had some onions and some tomatoes and cucumbers and what was it? I had some peppers, and then those things got knocked off the balcony, and then I don't know where. Apparently, wherever they landed wasn't healthy enough for them to start sprouting. No, I wouldn't. I don't. Oh, Eric says I got a burn pile twice the size of my truck that needs to be burnt. Ooh wee. Well, that's why I try to burn these when they're not too big, because then that way they're controllable. Because man, that's the least thing I'd want is for something to go off. That's why I like burning at night. I can watch embers. I can watch the fire. You can see every move of it. Having your own built-in thermals. Nothing shocks me anymore. Some are living the problems and not their life. It's like a race to see who's right to boast. Yeah, pretty strange. Definitely not what I expected. I don't know, man. That's why there's part of me. I think I might just get into recording clips of whenever I start working on the house, and I'm just gonna upload them, kind of thing. I might just do that because yeah, I wonder where old Scat Pack is. I didn't even see her tonight. I would have thought I'd have saw her. I still me either, but something snapped. Oh man. Well, dude, we're at 141. What is this? There's like 5 people here. So we got Kiss Off, Huckleberry, Eric. So that's 3. So what do we got? 2 bots. So 2 bots and 3 people. Oh man. Who knows? The way some go, I could be somebody that listens to play me somewhere else to go, oh, look, it's like enjoy the fire. It's been pretty cool. Oh, man. Hey, y'all get some rest. Put all the bullshit out of your mind before you close your eyes. Put something good in there. Think of some good stuff. And when you wake up tomorrow, make it a good day. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. It's been pretty cool. It's been a longer run. It's kind of like our older days. Hopefully, y'all enjoyed the fire. Appreciate you hanging with me. And hey, make it a good day tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and shut this one down so I can start getting things picked up, and then I got to bury the fire. When y'all wake up tomorrow, make it a good day. Take care, everybody. Much love. Peace.
I ain't here tomorrow. If the good Lord says it's my time to go, I don't see that morning sunset. There's some things I need for you to know. The truck is yours if you want it. It'll run forever if you treat it right. When you think of me on some back road, that's because I'm right there by your side. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow. Don't let life turn you bitter. Don't be ashamed to bow your head. Take it easy on the liquor. Remember what it did to your granddad. Yeah, you're gonna get your heart broke, but a couple of tears don't make you weep. Gonna find that girl God made just for you. Knows what he's doing, wait and see.
Hey, PAMT. Night, buddy. Make tomorrow a good day.
Till you catch on, leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Hey, Ronnie, Eric, Best Life, Pissed Off, Huckleberry, PAMT, night, all y'all. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me. When you go to sleep, try to put something good in. Think on good stuff as you rest. And when you wake up tomorrow, make it a good day. Peace, everybody. Appreciate you.
Keep the shotgun in the family. Raise your babies by the book. And keep my picture in your wallet. Keep your car keys on a hook. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Please don't ever forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Thanks, everybody. Peace.